Ladies and gentlemen, this is Fifth at Night. And the New York Knicks are the 2026 NBA champions, y'all. Yeah. Please believe it. My sound effects. "53 years, man. Never thought it would happen. I could say I saw it in my lifetime. I'm 39. It's a beautiful sight to see. But we're gonna get on with the program, man. Today's topic: past versus your present. What should count? You know? Exactly. Let's go, Knicks. So glad. Wish I was home to feel the energy. I mean, I don't live in New York anymore, but wish I was. They win a chip when I leave, which is interesting. Waiting for my cast to get here. I don't know where people are at. Don't know. My boy KJ here, though. Let me bring him up. What up, KJ?
What up, dog? How you doing?
What's going on, man?
Let me talk to you about this last game. I lost $50. I'm gonna let y'all have it because I didn't know y'all was 53 years in the gutter. So I ain't gonna get on y'all case too bad. But
Okay.
just know I was Team Spurs. I'm in San Antonio, so I had to bat for the team, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all good, man. We gotta have at least one, in my
Man,
lifetime. Because, 1973, that's my father's and my uncles in them generation, you know what I mean? They were teenagers, But
I hear that.
now I get to
You
say
know,
they won in my lifetime. So I'm very proud to be a Knicks fan. I tell you what, man, to be a fan of a team for I'm 39, right? I've been a Knicks fan for over 20 plus years. Once
mm,
I understood what a favorite team meant, that became my team because it was hometown. But I was a kid who saw Jordan. So as a kid, you don't know any better. You just see what's popping, But the Knicks are my team, man. And, to be with them, win or lose, mostly lose, you know what I mean?
yep.
And, I'm just as like Knicks fans are like Cowboys fans in the sense that they are loyal. You can't tell a Cowboys fan nothing. You know what I mean? But at least the Cowboys have won in my lifetime. They won in the 90s. They was, and then, but yeah, shout outs to the Knicks, man. All
I'm gonna
right, let
let
me
y'all
go.
have it. I'm gonna let y'all have it.
All right, my okay, there we go. She pulled up. I see her. Let me go ahead and bring her up. Now, y'all know her. She gets on my nerves sometimes, but she's still my superstar. Hello, Jess. How you doing?
You be getting on my nerves too, Fifth. Hi. The last one.
Okay, then I guess we even then.
Right.
All
I'm great.
right.
How y'all? Hi, KJ.
Hey, Jess, how you doing?
We're gonna have a good discussion today. Everyone will be here shortly. It's gonna be a nice, good day. I got a segment later on that I want y'all to see that I went out and filmed. So, that'll be pretty good.
Fancy.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to Zach here said he'll be. I don't know where Beyond is at. I don't know where he's at. Beyond is like he's like Batman, right? Like he won't respond to a text. You gotta let off the bat signal and then he'll show up. You know what I mean? So, but I'm sure
That takes
he'll
his
be
life.
here. Huh?
Yeah, it takes his life, I guess.
His Let me go ahead and see where you at. Where you at, brother? Because he likes this type of topic too. So this would be pretty good. So your past versus your present, what should count? This is a dating topic for the most part, but it could also include some examples, some bullet points, you know, about how people are treated, you know, even outside of just dating, you know, especially from an employment perspective, you know. So, and some people treat dating like employment. I mean, they do. They treat it the same way.
The 9 to 5, yeah.
Yeah, you know. So we're gonna get into that. Let me play a little video for us to react to, a little icebreaker. This is something that I saw that went viral, and I want to get y'all opinions about it. Let me see if y'all can see this. Dang, why this ain't on the thing? Sorry, y'all. I gotta get this up here. Oh, my brother's here. Beyonder. What's going on?
What's going on?
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me go ahead. So, yeah, make sure you get your, yeah, there you go. Get your stuff straight, you know?
Give us the room tour, Beyonder. What you
Okay. Even though it's kind of no, it should be good.
All right. I got a clip I want y'all to respond
That
to,
man
okay?
was asleep. That man was
Word,
asleep.
yo. My man had to hurry up and put a World Cup shirt on.
That man was slumped. Oh man.
All right. Yo, Beyonder, you can see the screen?
Yeah.
All right, I'm about to play this clip for y'all to respond to, all right?
Okay.
Here we go. Here we go.
What do you do when you have fell out of love with your husband for not providing and have fallen back in love with your ex, who is currently having a baby, but is willing to risk it all?
I'm gonna be quick, cause you at the wrong podcast.
I would absolutely hate to be your husband. That's just wild work to me. Like, you're willing to leave your husband for another that got a baby on the way. That's crazy
not,
work.
No, let me correct that. That is not why I'm leaving my husband. What I left him for was because he was not able to provide for me. This was something that has been going on for a year and a half.
Was he ever able to
A
provide?
year and a half?
food?
That's a season.
So yes, I married him because he was able to provide. He was there to he was able.
Out of here.
You said a year and a half. That's a season. You ain't even giving him a chance to overcome whatever he was going through. You supposed to help him through that. You know what I'm
so
saying?
how long? Okay, I understand that.
Till death do you part. Till death do you part. Till death do you part.
Okay.
I think you would be doing him a huge service by leaving him, because you're horrible to have even married him. Not as a person, I don't know you as a person, but to have even married somebody out of convenience and out of obligation because you probably just wanted to be married. I think you guys should both go your separate ways so that you can find people who love you and who you love.
Let me just add this point. If you love someone based on conditions, when they do not meet those conditions, you are going to try to find a way out. If God loved us based on conditions,
Talk about it.
you have to make a decision to love someone. You may have moments to where you fall out of love, but you got to make that decision every day. We talking about, it may be some situational stuff. What if she go through menopause and then he just say, I don't love her no more, and I'm going to deal with my ex and stuff like that? We'll be beating him down. So before people choose to get married, make sure that you are not a conditional lover, because it is doomed to fail. That's the wrong foundation to create to begin with.
My biggest concern is not necessarily her. But it's that ripple effect that being in a relationship can make happen. Because if she decides to go back to the ex, she's affecting her husband, she's affecting her ex, she's affecting her ex's baby mom who was pregnant with this guy's kid, and she's affecting that child. So your poor decision making is going to affect 5 other lives.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Some advice was given after she had told her story, right? Is there anything in particular that stood out that was said to her to y'all?
Well, can't say that I'm surprised. Granted, I've seen that video a few times prior,
Yeah.
but yeah, how they addressed her was a lot more kind than how I would have addressed her, because that's low down behavior. It's the epiphany of trifling, if we're going to be 100% honest. The reality is that this is not an uncommon experience for a lot of men that are going through a season of transition and are trying to improve their lives, not only for themselves but for their wives and their children. But you'll have some women, heavy on some women, who will only look at the forest that they can see past the trees and not really understand that there's a bigger picture when it comes to this. There's something that goes beyond just, what is he giving me now? Sometimes you have to be patient with the man or the woman that you're with if you want to develop a relationship into something solid, into a unification, into a covenant. That takes time. You're gonna have to be patient with your husband or your wife, boyfriend or girlfriend. So the fact that she was quick to leave him simply because he wasn't providing what she wanted in that moment and was willing to go back to a previous relationship, um, and be public about it. This is something that a lot of men go through, believe it or not, getting ragdolled verbally, whether it be in public or online, and they can't really say anything back because the double standard is very telling. But yeah, that's all I got to say about that.
The one thing that I feel like she didn't explicitly say, but it was in her story, was that she was in love again with her ex. When would you have had time to rekindle this relationship with the ex when it's only been a year and some change of this major, like KJ said, transition with your husband? You were playing two sides of the fence at some point in this dynamic, and I think everybody who talked to her just saw through that. Like, you did not come into this marriage with the best of intentions of co-creating a world with this man, come HELL or high water. And I think that kind of conditional mentality is why she's jumping ship. Like, it's not based on necessarily him, but the convenience of him. And I feel like if she doesn't see that she's the contributing factor in the dissolution of her relationships, whether from the ex to the husband to now going back to the ex, then she's just going to create a ripple effect of like damage in her wake. And I'm so glad that man said that. Like, your selfish endeavor is going to affect a lot more people now.
Yeah. Something that sounded even worse is that the ex that she wants to go back to has someone who's pregnant with his upcoming child. That's the man she wants to get back with in that situation. That's nasty work. Beyonda, go ahead, brother.
For now, I got nothing. I feel like everything was said. Yeah,
That's real speechless.
Yeah,
Speechless.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think to what
See,
KJ said about the whole double standard thing, that's pretty much what that is to me. You know,
He said that
so so this may be a topic for another show, but I saw someone on the internet say that when women get cheated on, they speak, but when men get cheated on, they go silent. You know, obviously that's not, one shoe fits all. But they're going off of like years, not like today's like men and women. They're going off of like probably before any of us was born, you know. But I don't know. I guess. Well, I mean, I guess some men could deal with. I guess some men can witness to that because. But then I would also say not everybody knows they got. Not everyone is gonna know they got cheated on. You know, there are many people who I'm sure got cheated on who never knew, right? The relationship just ended, but they never knew they got cheated on because the person just never confessed. There are people who caught people, yes, right? But there are people who never knew, right? So when I'm looking at this video, right, of her, she's not divorced yet. She's still married. This is going to be on YouTube. Did she not think he was going to get the, like, they got to be, something got to be going on where they're separated at least, because why would you go on there? And you know what, not to call that show out, because I don't want to disrespect it, but there have been people in the comments that feel that those questions are actually fake.
me.
And you know why people point it out? Because when people go up there to ask a question, now this is what they first do. They'll tell their story, right? And then they'll ask a question. When they tell their story, if you ever pay attention to it, they're reading off of a cue card. So a lot of people are like, well, if it's your story, why you got to read it off of a cue card? It's your story. So people in the comment section, I've been noticing on, that show, they've been saying that. I don't know.
I also think because sometimes people will come up there and say, this is a thing that's happening in my marriage, and he back there. I just don't know how you could come to the mic knowing you about to rag on this man and he 3 rows down. I feel like that's a very fake setup that keeps happening with their show. So,
Hey, you right about that.
You'll be surprised how comfortable a lot of these people get about dogging out their significant other
Why they in the room,
on
right?
national.
but you
Yep.
know, like, you know what kind of show tonight's conversation is. Why would you come there with that lady or with that man knowing y'all got beef? And you know what kind of show. And then I've been to a tonight's
Sorry.
conversation event. They give you a card at the beginning. So you don't see that girl writing down something on the card to get to the people before the show starts. Like, it's just too many things. I'm like, some of this has to be fake or
That's what I be
prompted.
telling people. Just because you older does not mean you are wiser. It does not mean you're more mature. You got a plethora of grown adults that are twice my age that I've seen on that show that have done the most pettiest, low down, low ball stuff. And it never ceases to amaze me how wicked a lot of these people are, men and women. They be going crazy. It's like, man, that's low.
Hey, KJ, read this on screen. You know this person?
Cool.
Read that.
Yes.
Yes.
I
Share with the
I
class.
read it earlier.
Share with the class, KJ.
He played too much. That's my homie, man.
Shout out to KJ's people, man, supporting this stream, y'all. That's
That's my
funny,
homie.
man.
Yeah, I knew he was about to come in on some bull. I had a feeling. I'm like, yo, you about to tap into this and he about to say some crazy off the wall stuff in the chat.
Mr. Brown.
Oh man,
My knees are not ashy. I do not have Mr. Brown knees. I promise you I don't.
Prove it.
I put Coco. I'm not showing my knees on
Show it.
yeah,
camera.
please
That's
don't. We are
crazy.
not
I'm
showing
not
it.
doing
What
that.
you
First of
mean?
all,
That's too
pause.
sexy. We
We
got
are
too
not.
MSFW.
But
We are.
but
We are.
let me explain to you how serious. Let me tell you how serious I am about my knees and about my skin because I got eczema.
Not that you
This,
Okay.
scared.
this what this what I use. This what I use. The advanced
Okay.
with the red cap on it.
There we go. There we
That's what I
go.
use. I don't play about. Listen, my skin been dry, crusty before. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. So
So
I
you
ain't got no
Achilles
ashy
heel.
knees. I
You
use
said,
an African net sponge when I'm in the shower. Stop playing with me.
oh,
My skin is
okay.
clear. Stop playing with me.
Ooh, hygiene,
Yes, I'm big
self-care.
on it. I'm big on it.
Oh
I'm big on it.
god.
Self-care poster child for men. Hmm.
Stop playing with
Man,
me, man.
y'all something else, man. So I'm gonna ask one of the first questions, man. You know, do people oh wait, no, let me not go to that. Are men and women judged differently for their past in dating? Who wants to answer that first?
I would say yes.
All right, you can unpack that. Go ahead.
Um, Men are judged on what they can provide. So, women a lot of times look for a man's future, and then a man will look for a girl's past in regards to like how many bodies she has. That's generally what it's been as long as I can remember. If a woman has a lot of bodies, a lot of guys are not going to want to choose that woman. But if a man has bodies, isn't the same thing, I guess, because we're different. So,
My
I'm
bad.
not saying it's right. Not
I'm
saying
looking
it's
at
right.
Jess. My
I'm
fault.
saying that's just, how it's always been, at least from my point of view. So yeah.
Anyone else? Are men and women judged differently for their past in dating? Go ahead, Jess.
Um, I would say it depends. I think you murdering somebody is looked at the same whether you're a man or a woman. But like what Beyonda brought up, the intricate details of morality when it comes to like sexual promiscuity, I think has layers and hues to it that do affect men differently because of the programming that we get uh, for men or that men get about their masculinity being attached to production and being attached to their sexual knowledge or sexual knowledge. I don't know if I can say that on YouTube, but yeah, I would say it depends on the subject matter. Um, but I do think men are allowed generally to grow up slower. So in that case, yes, I think there are a lot more things that men are able to like navigate in a slower pace through life where women you just have to you 18 you need to know to not be a hoe 18 years old right, and men are kind of allowed to figure that out as they go through college and get that out of their system, and now he want to settle down and that kind of stuff.
Grow up slower. So are we talking about as far as like child rearing? Or are we talking about outside of the house in terms of the community? Because you said it grow up slower. Raise slower or just grows up or just learns slower? Or
I
has
don't
or has a bigger margin to fail than a woman. Is that what you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't think men naturally grow up slower. I think men are allowed to mature slower.
So for instance, right? Because I thought this is what I heard, right?
Mhm.
So let's just say, so are we saying a man could have more, if we're talking about chances of error and failures, you're saying that the man is allowed that more than the woman when she becomes 18?
Yeah. Like just throughout his life. Yeah. Like a man having 5 kids by 5 different women is seen very differently than a woman having 5 kids by 5 different men. She should have known better, kid too. But I've seen women still throw themselves at men who have the same situation because it's looked at differently. He's allowed to have been traumatized by his past and him not knowing what he wants. And now that he's 35 with 5 kids, he wants to do better. And again, that's I would say handling some men with like kid gloves that men do get, but also the language of sowing your wild oats, boys mature slower than girls, all of these things, all these epithets that we put into society that give men a pass so they can mature slower. Again, I don't think naturally men mature slower. I think our society just holds us to different standards. She is not supposed, like 18, you supposed to know to train to be a wife, train to be not promiscuous, train to look good and be modest and be fit, and you don't have a lot of opportunity to get that together because your value is going down as time goes on, as you've all heard.
It's not that I don't understand what you're saying. I guess I'm trying to get to this point, right? So that rhetoric that men mature slower than men, that men mature slower than girls and girls mature faster, that rhetoric is spoken by a lot of ladies that I've been seeing on the internet, whether it be on my panel, the TikTok panel. A lot of ladies will come on there and say, well, girls mature faster. You're pushing back against that and saying, no, I think that's just what's said. I don't believe that girls mature faster than men. That's what's just being taught,
No,
right?
she's saying that men are allowed to mature faster, meaning that
or slower.
The pressure.
No, she's saying men are. She's saying they're right. They're allowed to mature slower. Yeah, go ahead.
Meaning that it's not a lot of pressure to grow up until like they're like in their 30s. What she's saying.
Yeah, but
like
she also
going to get on a man who's 30 versus someone who's like 20, like a woman who's 20 years old.
Right. Like I said, I understand what she's saying. I guess go ahead.
Makes a little bit of sense, only because,
it's a little bit.
I guess part of it is due to like her having children. Like when you're like 30 plus, it's harder to have children. So, figuring out life when you're younger is probably the best thing to do. In terms of if you want to have a kid, if you're a woman, but men can wait until like they're 40 to have kids. So if a man wants to go out there and do what he wants, he could, and not have any anyone critique his lifestyle, I guess. Kind of makes sense.
But also to your point, Fifth, women are dumb too. I mean, women say that because they ignorant. The same way if a man said that, he ignorant, right? A lot of women have internalized misogyny that will spew that same thing. It will infantilize the men and the young boys, or the men really in their family, to coddle them and to stifle their growth and maturity. And I see this all the time, right? So I do think because men are allowed, for all the different reasons I said, like to sow their wild oats and to finally get it together and settle down when they've gotten this thing out of their system, it does allow for men to be able to play with people, play in people's face for a longer time because they have more of their lifetime as an adult to get it together versus women. Socially, but all of that is a big lie of the enemy.
Well, once you take out the having kids part, because you mentioned kids, right? I think we get my bad, KJ. I'm sorry.
What?
I ain't even get to you. Me and just about to do the dialogue, but I forgot the KJ. The question was, will men and women judge differently? Oh God, where's that question at?
What,
Sorry, I got my
men and women
questions, but
judge differently because of their past?
right, a dating past, right, and then also, is it? It may sound like a double standard, but is it fair or unfair? What do you think?
Um, well, if exclusively talking about dating, it strictly depends on what we're talking about.
Yep.
Dating past, I personally believe that body count should be taken into consider on both ends. You know, don't be up here talking like she can't have a high body count and your high body count is in the high 50s. That's crazy
Yep.
to me. So I think we should
Checkmate.
be consistent on that front, even though I don't think that generally we are as a society. And I won't, I'll grant this. It is due to a little bit of patriarchal tendencies and misogynistic way of thinking. Um, but granting that when it comes to your behavior, right? I think that infidelity is treated more charitably more on the women's side than it is on the man's side. And I think it's low ball behavior either way. If you are a man and you cheat on your wife, that means you lack in communication. That means you're lacking in just about anything. And you're willing to throw away anything that you've possibly built. Either that or you just don't have any spine to be able
Mm,
to tell her up front, like, yo, I ain't jacking you no more. I don't want to do it.
yeah.
It's way more respectable for a man to go to a woman and be like, hey, I ain't feeling you no more, than to keep that in and to make her think that there is still a chance, but you out doing God knows what with God knows who. But on the women's side, we treat infidelity a little bit more charitably. If I had a dime for every time I hear about a woman cheating and somebody else is like, well, what did he do? We can't be serious. We cannot be serious. You gotta be kidding me. What did
brother,
he do? That's
brother,
crazy work.
you remember, brother, you remember that panel? You was there, but I don't know if you was there for this lady. Remember the Thursday before last where I did double duty?
Hmm.
A woman did come up there and talk about the woman's disrespect, right? Against the man, right?
Yeah,
And the first thing she said was, well, yeah, it must have been something you was doing. And then I brought it
I
up.
was
I
there.
said,
I
right,
remember. I
okay.
remember that.
Right. Now I know
Yeah,
it's
I
not
was there too.
I know it's not cheating, but this is typically where it draws in, right? Because she didn't say cheating, but she's just talking about disrespect and just unbecoming behavior. Her first thing was, yeah, he need to look in the mirror because it's something he doing to why she's doing that to him. And then I asked her, and she responds back a question. Forget a question with a question. She had 5 questions, couldn't even get it out. You know what I mean? And so she kept going back to what he doing. And I'm like, no. I said, if she's sometimes a disrespectful person is just a disrespectful person. And you really don't have to do anything. If you were just a nasty person, you're a nasty person. If you're a cheater and that's just who you are, you a cheater. And there's nothing it doesn't matter how good the person is in your life, that is not going to stop them from the behavior that you chronically can't stop. You know what I'm saying? And so we put a lot of things on, and, men shouldn't do it either. We shouldn't cheat and say that it was her fault that we cheated. I'm on both sides on that one. You feel me? But you're right. The double standard is when they find out, and I mean, this is usually on a lot of like platforms, right? Entertainment, whatever you could think of. They will say, well, the woman cheated on her husband. And so then they want to have a whole bunch of nuance with them, right? They want to know why and all that other stuff. And the why is not, why did she cheat? It's like you said, what did he do? Well, he must not have been giving her enough attention. He must not have providing enough money. He must have been cheap. Like, these are things that Like if a woman, like for instance, right? If your wife got to go to another man for money, then the man will get blamed for it. You ever hear that, KJ?
Hmm.
Yeah, beyond it, exactly. I've heard of that before.
I've
You
heard
say
Jess,
got
have
stories
you heard
to.
that?
worse.
You say
I've
What'd you
heard
got.
say?
worse than that.
Say again, Jess.
You said got to.
I said if a woman, well, I mean, if she just goes to, right? It if a woman goes to another man and asks him for money, and she's married, they're gonna look at the husband and say, "Why your wife going?
I
What's
would
going
too.
on?"
I would too.
You would ask the man or ask the woman,
I would ask him, what's going on?
but who you holding accountable in that situation?
I wouldn't say she automatically did anything wrong by asking another man for money. I would need a lot more context, you know? To me, I would go to the man to ask, what's up with y'all's marriage? What's up with y'all's situation? Yeah, I think I just asked her a lot more questions. I just have a lot more questions, really.
Hey, Beyonda.
Because it's not like she went in the back alley and was on her knees for the money.
It doesn't matter.
That don't matter at all.
She was
That's
busting her
stepping
ass.
out. That's still, to me, that's stepping out. If you're asking another man to provide something and you're married and you have a whole husband, that's stepping out to me. It doesn't necessarily got to.
I had to explain this to my homegirl once upon a time. She was asking me for she was asking me to help her, and I tell her I'll ask her every time. I was like, "You ask your dude," and she said, "He actually told me to ask you." But we're not gonna get into all that. Dude
So
was a
that's
bum.
not.
Dude was a bum. But the point is, she asked me later. It was like, why do you always ask me if I ask on my boyfriend if you could loan me something? And I said, because it's disrespectful to him for you to be asking another man to provide something to you and he's supposed to be the one doing it. And I had to explain in depth and like, he is the one that's responsible for you. You have an obligation to him. He has an obligation to you. The commitment is a two-way street. You not respecting his commitment and his obligation by trying to get somebody else involved in between your relationship, whether directly or indirectly, is a slap in the face to him. And I'm not going to get involved in your relationship. I am not a third wheel. I got first world problems. Yes, you're my homegirl. Yes, you like a little sister to me. I will definitely help you in any way that I see fit, so long that is within the confines of what your man says. If he says no, I'm not giving you nothing. That's just it. I
You
Jess,
gotta
don't
why you
do
su-
it.
Jess,
you
why you
don't respect,
surprised?
man, you don't know more than you respect this 5+ year friendship with this woman you know.
Listen,
To
Jess,
me,
what?
listen,
to
my
me,
friendship, the friendship between me and her
mhm.
is no longer the most important thing once she starts a relationship because she's building something with somebody. It's my duty to respect that building between her and her man. And I will do anything and everything possible to encourage her to be the best woman that she possibly could be for her man. But when it comes to doing things that are outside of the confines of what I'm supposed to do as a simple friend, I have to make it abundantly clear. I'm just a friend. If you want to see it as a brother-sister relationship, hey, that's perfectly fine. But even siblings don't get involved in the majority of what goes on within your relationship, or at least they ought not to, because it's not their business.
KJ, there's a lot of layers to that. I have so many questions, right? Because
Ask away.
one did she say I didn't tell him because we got some beef going on?
It's never gotten to that point.
So
But
how?
if hypothetically it did, I'm sure you would want to know my reaction to it, right?
No,
What is your question there?
because I thought that maybe you talked about her reason for asking you and not asking him, which is why you said I don't want to get in the middle of y'all stuff. Because I didn't make that mental leap that her asking you for help first because she has this deeper relationship with you where she trusts you, automatically meant she was trying to go behind her person's back in a nefarious way. But when you told the story of getting in the middle of their relationship, that's the subtext I thought about, that you knew they were beefing at some point and you didn't want to promote her beefing against him.
If that was to be the case, I would have just mentioned it. And even if they were beefing, I still wouldn't have gave it to her because that's not for me to do. I'm all about preserving my peace as well. And a friend is not going to put another friend in a situation where their peace will be compromised solely so they can help them. It's not willfully. That should be the last resort, if anything. But the reality is that she just asked me the question because she's comfortable enough to call me and ask me, hey, I notice you always ask me why if I asked my man first. I just want to know why. And I told her why. I said plain and simple, because it would be disrespectful to him and his commitment to you. And I'm not going to endorse any disrespect towards your man. You have an obligation to him. You need to fulfill that obligation. By fulfilling that obligation, you go to him first about any need that you have. And if he is consistently unable to provide your needs to you, then maybe it means that you need to reevaluate the relationship. But that's a decision only you can make. That's not a decision that I can make for you.
But they're not married though. So why would he even be in the place of obligatory giving of his finances to her?
Boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, or wife. If they are exclusively together, the obligation is going to be, I'm going to assume that that obligation is there and I'm going to stay out of it.
So she should be submitting to him as a boyfriend. They should be
Just
living
like,
together. They
well,
should be sharing finances.
they already did live together. So
But I'm saying, are you saying that a boyfriend girlfriend setup has no difference than a husband wife setup? And so
I'm not
you would
saying,
respect this boyfriend that could be gone tomorrow the same way you respect her 15-year husband relationship, marital relationship.
Let me kind of speak as another man who understands this situation here,
I
because
would like to answer that afterwards, but I'll be right back.
yeah, I'm just as a second voice, and then I'm gonna get back to the topic. So this is how men typically feel. When we don't want to get involved in situations like that, we're going to treat it like as if you are married. So for instance, you may not be married on paper and how we understand marriage and how we would define it, right? Me and you, Jess, right? But if you're in a relationship with a guy and the guy is same scenario KJ's talking about, then I'm going to respect the fact that she has a man. You're not going to get that money from me. Now I can tell you, hey, I don't think that's something you should do because you're in a relationship with him, and this could drive a wedge between both of y'all, whatever y'all trying to build, whatever it is. So she can't get that money from me. Now, can she outlet and go somewhere else? Okay, she might do that, but guess what? That won't be my problem. That will be her problem. So KJ's saying for him, as for him in his house, he is not going to do that. Ain't I right, KJ?
I understand that.
Right on the money.
I'm saying, how do we get to the point where we're seeing this is the beginning of a sticky situation, of a slippery slope? Because if you were her twin brother, I don't think it would be a problem. If you were her uncle, it wouldn't be a problem. Even if she was single and you were giving her money when she was single, it wasn't a problem. And there was no subtext to the money. This wasn't I'm investing in this woman whom I'm eventually going to want to have a sexual relationship with. So why do we then put all of that negative, nefarious, going behind his back context when she has a man? Again, I understand. I would ask, why don't you ask him first? I can get that. But her not asking him doesn't mean that she's trying to go behind his back, because there's a deeper relationship with another guy. And
That's not about the
but what
intent
if
though.
but what if you weren't the only guy she asked? What if she asked her mom? She asked other people? You're not the only person she asked. Now, if she's asking, 5 guys in her phone that she's trying to keep on the side, if this thing don't work out, yes, I can see that's nefarious because she's playing defense on both sides of the fence. But if you're just her friend and y'all had this dynamic where y'all send money back and forth, and now she just happens to be in a relationship, why is it now an opening for nefarious activity?
You're looking too deep into it.
Yeah, because well, family members are family members. I mean, so once you
Yeah,
say,
because of course, that's the dynamic that was built over time. Because I've known her since high school. But the reality is that even though that it's the relationship has been built to the point where it's like we're siblings almost, right? The reality is that we're not. The
yep,
reality is that we are friends that we've known each other since high school, and just like I have my own personal things going on, she has her own personal things going on. So we're not on the phone 24/7. So so comparing and contrasting this with a father-daughter or niece and uncle situation is an entirely different dynamic because by blood, we are obligated to provide for our next generation. I'm not obligated to provide for her because I am not her man. I'm her friend. As a friend, I am going to always be kind to her. I'm always going to try and help point her in the right direction because that's what I feel is my duty to do. But beyond that would be me tainting the threshold, would be me borderline covering the threshold of being her man. And the last thing that I will ever be is a simp. So the reality is that for her to be in a relationship, and I'm not equivocating this with marriage. What I'm saying is that because this is a dynamic that they have agreed to, I'm going to assume that they're treating this dynamic almost to the same threshold as if they are married, because a lot of adults do that. Even though they're not legally married, even though they haven't come under, even though they have not approached God and confirmed this covenant under him, right? People still have the marriage approach, even in relationships where you see no ring, especially this generation. That's the reality. So, because of that, I'm not going to go out of my way to possibly put myself at risk by invading the boundaries of that relationship simply because you asked me for a couple of dollars. I'm going to ask questions. It's not because I don't have it, but because I want to keep myself safe and also I have your best interest in heart as well. I want to make sure that your relationship is solidified. So I'm not going to go out of my way to make a mistake that could lead to a detrimental outcome for your relationship. I will not be held responsible for that. So I'm going to be on my P's and Q's 100% of the time.
let's try to expedite this because I need to get back to the topic. I know it's a point that I brought up. I get it. But we do need to go back to the topic because we're approaching the hour 2. But go ahead, Jess.
I know men use the word respect. I'm going to say fear. Men fear other men. Men say it. I respect his. I mean, KJ even brought this up one time. Men have a monopoly on violence, right? Men will often say, I respect.
Beyonce said that.
Many people have said that. I've heard it a lot. I respect the fact that he's another bear or another shark in this situation. And so that's why when I approach him, I think we had this back and forth one time on your panel, Fifth.
We did.
When a man approaches another man, he's like, what's up, bruh? It means something a lot of different. And he's checking out the scope of the area. When a man sits on a certain side of the booth to check the exits, it's because he's scoping out the area to see if another person, usually a man, is going to start some stuff, things like that. So I do know men will use the word respect. I metabolize it as a fear. That if this man came back and said, why are you giving my girl money? That's the situation men want to avoid. So they rather just not do what they used to do with their friend relationship. And it has everything to do with this new man versus what he truly believes the friend girl is doing or not doing. And that's why I think it is situational and it is centering the guy and what he could feel about it versus what the friend is actually saying or doing, which is why when I asked KJ if she actually said this, he said, no, I'm just assuming this is what their dynamic is. So just to avoid any conflict with him, I'm not going to do that.
All right. Thank you, Jess, because now that's going to inspire a future topic.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So we'll save that because that we could talk about this for another hour because I actually do have a pushback. I have a lot of pushback actually. So we'll probably either do that here or do that on TikTok. Probably
so
TikTok.
So do I.
I know you do. You know what? That's probably something we could be doing on TikTok because a whole bunch of people could probably get in that convo. So, that's wow. Okay. All right, Meerkat. Hello, Meerkat. How you doing?
Doing good. How you doing?
Good. I'm going
How's
to
everybody?
Good. How's everyone doing? They good. They good. Mila was supposed to be here, but Zacchaeus, I don't know. It's to the point where Zacchaeus probably might not show up, but it's all good. So I want to play an interview I did. This is another Fifth in the City segment that I did, similar to when I premiered Fifth at Night. I did an interview for those who remember that, you know. So I'm going to play this and then I'm going to come up with my new questions, all right?
Okay.
So let me go ahead and bring this in. And we're going to get to what I asked this lady, okay?
I like your hair, Mila. I mean, Jessica.
Thank you.
My hair, I don't know that my hair would do that.
Get you right stylist.
Ladies and gentlemen, how you doing? My name is the Fifth General, and this is Fifth in the City. I'm asking this lovely lady 3 questions, all right? How you doing today first?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Yes. Okay, first question. Does someone's dating history matter when you're deciding to date them?
I think it does to an extent. I do think it does matter. Because I feel like there's some things that you could have caught along the way. So it does matter. I feel like me personally, I wouldn't want to be with a guy that has too lengthy of a rap sheet, if you know what I mean. Like if he's messed with a lot of people in the past, and that's relative depending on who's, like some people, 10 might be too many. Some people, they may be able to tolerate 40, which is crazy. Yeah. But I think it does matter. I do think it definitely matters.
Okay. So that kind of leads into my second question.
Yeah.
So what's a non-negotiable from someone's past that would make you not date them?
From their past?
Yeah.
I feel like if they were a porn star, I don't think I could date them. Okay. I don't think I couldn't do it. Yeah. If they were a porn star, yeah.
Okay. I mean that's
especially if they were popular, like everybody knows, like, oh, you didn't know. Like, absolutely not. I can't delicious, cannot. And if you were a serial cheater and like people like, girl, that guy, he used to cheat on me. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's reasonable.
Yeah.
That's reasonable. So my last question. Do you believe people can actually change? Or do they just learn how to hide it? Or they learn how to hide who they are, basically?
That's a really good question. Ooh. As much as I want to say people never change because that's the popular thing to say, I actually do genuinely feel like if you are able to, if you're able to like basically have the Holy Spirit, like let's say that you get saved, you become a Christian. I'm a Christian,
yes,
so
I'm a believer too.
Oh, that's good, nice. I like that. So if you are saved, if God comes and physically comes down and touches that person, I do believe somebody can make a 180 and change. I do. Yeah.
Okay. I can respect that.
I don't want to be the guinea pig to find out, but yeah.
Yeah. No, that's reasonable because there have been situations where people say, okay, as long as they don't do that thing anymore,
right,
then it's good.
Right.
But if you're someone that still does it, you know, or you may be still tempted by that old thing that comes back to haunt you, you know, maybe you may still need time before you go back out in the dating world.
Definitely,
Yeah.
definitely. And I agree. Honestly, I couldn't have said it better myself. I do feel like it's good to give people a chance to change. But I think for me personally, depending on what it is, if I'm not ready to like be completely done, I'll give them a chance to have their space and get it together. And we'll need to go through some kind of test to make sure that they actually have changed, like for the better. So, yeah.
That's good. All right, thank you. This is the Fifth General for Fifth in the City. Thank you. Signing off. All right. I'm gonna get to some of the questions that I asked her.
It's a good interview.
Thank you. Thank you. That full interview will be up to, well, that is the full interview, but I'll put that up tomorrow on my YouTube channel, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So I asked her a very interesting question. What is a non-negotiable that could disqualify somebody from dating you? You know, does anybody else want to ask that? I mean, Meerkat, you're married, but you can still speak to that because I'm pretty sure, you know, before you met Michael, I'm pretty sure you had a non-negotiable. You was like, no, I'm not. No, that may be your past, but we're not doing that.
Violence, as someone who has a violent past, violence, dating, you know, just had violence toward women. And I used to run background checks on guys I would possibly date. So I think violence and a couple of the ones she touched on, addiction, be sure they've been sober long enough. I had a husband who had addiction problems and he died at 28. So you definitely want to, that to me, that's two is violent past, domestic violence, and addiction. Some of those go hand in hand, but somebody who cheats a lot, no, I wouldn't, you know. So, and definitely was like stable on their feet, you know, had a stable in their career, stable in their work. I'm not talking about in between jobs, but stable, you know, and they're with how they earn a living. I've been down that road too with someone who was off and on with jobs. So you learn.
Now, you know, the woman answer, she said she couldn't date somebody who was a porn star. Now, it's an extreme, but I know what she means, regardless of whether they were professionally. Well, she mentioned the body count thing. She said some people are okay with 10 bodies, some people are okay with 40. She said that's a lot for her.
Well,
You
I mean,
know?
are we talking booty calls? Or are we talking legitimately dating someone? Depends on their age. I mean, it would be hard to have 40 dating relationships. I mean, I could see
Not in this day and
dates.
age. No, it ain't.
Well,
Dates, maybe.
Meerkat, she's responding to intercourse.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
The list.
He said, no, Meerkat. Sit.
Yeah.
I don't want to bring mine up either. So.
Oh no. No, we're not doing that. But I'm just
64.
I'm just saying for her.
Yeah.
Because I think
yeah, for sure. Because you got to go get a healthcare check. You know, I mean, I'm serious. You got to get healthcare checks because
my chart.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, some of that stuff is permanent. Some of it's not. You know,
like Usher.
Yeah. Poor Usher. No, never mind.
But,
Don't go down that road. I like Usher.
But see, no, but and then I asked her, do people? Well, let me get to y'all, right? So what's a non-negotiable, of someone's past? Because we're talking about someone's past. that would disqualify them from dating you? Anybody else want to answer that next?
I don't call them disqualification. I call them hell no's. So can I call them hell no's? For the,
A hard no.
Yeah.
not, I really call them F no's, but
Right. PG-13.
I'm gonna say hell no for PG-13.
Yeah.
So the first one, if you overly traumatized, I can't do it. I
Yeah.
am not sure. It's not my responsibility to heal you from your last relationship. That is
That
strictly
is
your
right.
obligation.
That's right.
So, and that's something that I had to learn the hard way is not dealing with women that are coming from this emotionally trauma-based background. Um, I got this a lot. I'm too nice. So I had to change my whole approach to this sort of thing. Can't just be out here, just being the temporary man for any woman just for her to heal up and then be like, you know what? It's not gonna work out. So because I've experienced that, I just rather not deal with it at all. The second one is if you are a habitual cheater, then I can tell based on your approach. Um, there's a lot of people that will, a lot of women that will, you know, try and make it seem as though that how they acted in the previous relationship is not is acceptable, right? Like, oh, I got a I got a guy best friend, but this guy best friend is obviously waiting his turn, and I'm literally telling you he's waiting his turn. He's waiting for something to pop off in our relationship so he can slide on the low low. And you still letting that rock? Yeah, no, I can't do it. Hell no. No. Um, Also, a hell no for me, deal breaker, you gotta be Christian. You gotta be Christian. I'm sorry. You gotta be. If you can't, if you can't see yourself, having a relationship with God, believing in God, however you want to word it, it's just not gonna work. We gotta be on the same wavelength when it comes to spirituality, when it comes to Jesus Christ and all those things. I can't be in a relationship with somebody that's you know that's like tightening the rope or walking the thin rope, something like that. I can't do it. Nah. I need you to be sure, like, yes, this is what I believe in. I am a Christian through and through. I find myself to be a disciple of Christ. That's it. That's all. We could be friends if you're not that, but as far as a relationship, nah, that ain't gonna work.
Well, KJ, the question was more so about what somebody may have done before they've gotten to you.
You're right. You're right. You're right. So cheating, traumatized. Um, what else? Financially irresponsible. Does that count?
Yeah, that
Does
does
that
count.
count?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that does
Okay.
count because
So yeah, those three for sure.
debt's in your past. A lot of people have debt in the dating world. A lot.
A lot of people have that in general.
Yeah. So if you were just by yourself and you were managing your debt and paying things off and you're responsible, that's one thing. But if you're not responsible and now we are about to get into a marriage and you have $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 in debt before we get married, when am I supposed to know that? On the wedding night or before the wedding day?
I mean, I think that should come up in premarital counseling.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying I thought you meant like having no debt.
No.
We were talking about this being a past thing that we wouldn't allow in the future. But I'm like, I would anticipate, even in the past, you had $100,000 worth of like student loan debt. If I can see throughout this 2 years that you've been out of school, you've been paying on it, even if it's still at 50K, and that's a lot of money, I'm going to see a track record of you handling your business. So I could still get married to a man with debt if, like y'all said, they had a track record of handling their business. But
Yeah.
one thing I would not be able to do, because I think like a DV situation, I think because of my age, I'm not able to actually see a man repenting for a long enough time if he had a DV pass. But if I was like 50, 60, and he had a DV pass when he was like 25, then I can see, okay, you've repented for the last 30 years of your life. And so I could get with a man at 50 who had a DV pass. But the one thing that at no age I could ever do is like PDF files, you know, like you messing with kids.
Oh no.
You have a weird thing
We
where
we
in your
we
family you
agree.
was the one touching on the cousins and stuff like that. Like you got to get out of my face with that.
That I don't know that they can get over that. I don't know. I know God
Yeah.
can do miracles, but they got to really want to help. They got to really want to get past that.
I heard that PDF files is the mental illness that can't be cured, and then the Hebo files or Hebo files are the ones that are they I can't say attack, but they go after like 11-year-olds and up, and that's the illness that can be cured. Somebody said that on a live today. I haven't checked on it, you know, or whatever. But either way, kid is a kid. You touch
Right.
kids, you know. I'm gonna assume you were also victimized by that.
Probably.
Yeah. And I just think that's context. That's not a pass. So I think we could be brother and sister in Christ. But I've dated a man who was, you know, bismex. I dated a man who said he was healed from homosexuality, you know. So I'm a very like forgiving person. What can't God do? Right. But then when we broke up and I realized that he was still doing that, I said, maybe I can't. It was probably the bald head, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those be the DL people. Bald head.
The heck? Anyway, Beyonda, go ahead, man. You've been quiet, man. Go ahead.
And you're talking in regard to like what I wouldn't allow for dating, right?
Mm-hmm. You know what? You know why I'm asking this question? You remember the You remember the conversation? This will also help your point. My bad, Beyonda. Remember there was a TikTok we did, and I can't find it, but the question came up about could you be with somebody who had a high body count, who was a cheater, who was but reformed. But obviously this is something that was in their past, and it was more than just a mistake. It was an actual pattern.
Yeah.
And so that's why I asked her, are there things that somebody may have done in their dating past that may have disqualified them that is a non-negotiable for them? Go ahead, Beyonda.
Kind of. I have similar ones to KJ. Too much trauma is. I'm a very low key dude, so I don't like women who are, you know, there's too much going on. You know, that's too much stress for me. Loud, obnoxious. That's like personality trait type stuff, but that stuff. Anyone who doesn't respect their parents, I would say. I've seen women who have been rude to their mothers and fathers or guardian or whatever. I don't like that. So if they don't have any respect for authority, or I've seen it, then I can't really give with that either. Any violent behaviors, can't do that either. Other than that, I don't really have like a laundry list of things that I'm like, hell no, like KJ, I guess. But, as long as you're overall a good person, I can get with you, And then I guess the sexual pass as well. I can't really get with that. Like my limit is probably like 5. Anything over that, or hear me out on this, right? What if she's a virgin, right? But she exudes behaviors that would like make you think she's been around. You know what I mean? Like that, I don't like either, because like that doesn't. It's unattractive to me. Like you haven't been with anyone, but like you have like that kind of vibe about you that you would be open to that. I can't do that either. Even if you haven't been with anyone, you have like this personality trait, behavior pattern that you have that's unattractive. I can't really get with that either. So it's all about behaviors, observing them, and having intuition, I guess.
Let me read
When it comes
this.
to,
Oh, my bad, my bad. I thought you landed your plane. My bad, Beyonder.
no, you're fine, you're fine.
Let me read this. Alpha, the first one, says, "We are tiptoeing around it, so I will say it. Men prefer debt-free virgins without tattoos instead of blown-out street meat, high body count women. There I said it, good topic."
Oh my gosh.
Listen,
He
listen.
did say
Okay,
it.
here. Okay, I'm just be 100% transparent. I'm not a virgin. I got a tattoo right here. I can't say nothing about nothing. Nah, the last thing I should be worried about is virginity and tattoos. It's crazy. Now it's crazy if you, because I'm in my early to mid 20s. So it's crazy if you got a body count above 30 and you in my dating age. You in my age range. That's crazy. I don't care what nobody say. But you've been with two, three, maybe four, five different dudes in the past. That checks out. So what? You live and you learn. You live and you learn. But
It really matters the gap is when they were with the next partner. You know,
yeah,
like for me, like
the gap also play the
if you
gap
have
also
five
plays a
dudes,
big part. You
if you
know.
have five
Like they're
dudes,
a new
is it
creature in
5 dudes
Christ.
within 5 months, or is it 5 dudes within 10 years? It's a big
Yeah.
difference.
And
You know?
listen, like that's that's borderline expecting perfection. I can't co-sign that because I ain't perfect. I definitely ain't perfect.
Yeah.
Shit, I got a tattoo appointment next week. I'm about to get one right here. So I definitely can't say nothing. Listen, I don't that's his standard. He's speaking for himself. He ain't speaking for me.
I do have. It's not really a pushback against what KJ said about dating only Christians. I just wanted to provide my point of view in regard to that. So, in regard to like dating, I was not a Christian when I met my fiance. It wasn't even close. I had problems with depression, anxiety, born, all that stuff, right? And then when I met my fiance, she was already in Christ, and she didn't really like look at that as a no, even though I wasn't in a good space spiritually. And then she just was there the entire time and would just continue to stay with me, I guess. And she was constantly praying over me, even if I didn't like hear her say it or see her do it. And so eventually I was, converted, of course, through the Holy Spirit, like to, put faith in Christ. And I was raised, by my grandma in the church, went to church and all that stuff. I just didn't really care until I got older. And
Hmm.
so it was her patience that kind of like won me over. She never forced me to go to church, my fiance. She just like, hey, if you want to go, well, I'm going to go without you, with or without you. And eventually I started going, and that's when I started to take my faith a little bit seriously. I'm still a little rough around the edges, but you know, I respect your preferences, KJ, and that's how you're gonna date women. That's cool, but it is also important, like I guess, in whatever future you have for dating. God might put a woman in your life that might not be the ideal Christian woman that you're thinking of, but could be the one for you. So I guess don't be super close minded, but also have standards as well in terms of like let's say she's not a Christian, but her past isn't as rocky as other women, then maybe you can give it a shot, if she's receptive to Christ, receptive to, listening to you and following you, submitting to you, assuming that you have all the traits to be a leader, then I say, give it a chance.
Can I ask you a question?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did y'all start exclusively dating at the time that you were still struggling with what you believe, and so you didn't convert until after, or you converted and then y'all's relationship was able to get a lot more serious and more exclusive?
No, we were already like dating, and we were already dating. And when I went to visit her, we did long distance first, and then I moved down because I knew that we weren't going to make it if I was still up north. So when I moved down here, I didn't really care about church really at all. Couldn't care less. But she was going to church every Sunday, and I wanted to hang out with her. She says, "Well, I'm going to church on Sunday. Do you want to go?" I'm like, "No." Next Sunday, no. And then eventually I just like, all right, let me try it out and see how I feel about it. I went, and that's pretty much how that worked. And then we've gotten stronger post that, but that's how it played out.
Okay, thank you for sharing.
Mm-hmm.
I can attest to that. I was raised Southern Baptist. We were at church every time the doors were open. My dad was a deacon, and my mom taught Sunday school and sang in the choir. My dad did too. So, we were there all the time, vacation Bible school and all that sort of thing, and youth camp and stuff like that. But when I got older, I went away. I went away from the church. I went away, did my own thing, made some bad choices, and then God brings you back. There's a promise God makes. Bring a child up in the way they should go, and when they are older, they will not depart from it or come back to it. So that sort of thing. So yeah, that's I kind of relate what you're saying. You didn't want anything to do with church. Maybe were you raised in church, Beyonder?
Yeah, it was. I just had a void that I was trying to fill with things that were of the
Yeah.
world. I didn't figure
Well, I
that
mean,
out until I started dating her, because like never before
right.
her didn't really care about being a leader and trying to put effort in. I didn't care. I didn't really care. I didn't
I was
mind
the
being like,
same way. I did the
well,
same thing, and you can't
you
get
meet,
saved on the coattail of your parents.
yeah, when you meet the right person,
You
well,
have
maybe
to. Yeah, that's right. And then sometimes God will prepare your wife, and she's ready to go. So when you are ready, you get no conflict, you get no question. Let's go. She's ready to go, and you got peace. So I've seen situations like that too, beyond her, where that kind of thing, raised up in church, went away, came back, God, lets you go, and like the prodigal child, prodigal son.
that's a
So
good
yeah.
question. I mean, it would have. Well, there's no way of knowing really, because God wanted me to Himself, so He used her to get to me, and now we're together, and now we're getting married in a couple of months. So no,
Yeah, but
December.
she's grounded in her faith, so it's not something you got to struggle with either. Y'all are on equal ground, or getting there on equal ground as far as your faith goes,
I'm
and there's
just
Yeah.
peace in that.
I'm wondering from her perspective, did she have like this timeline in her head of like, I know we don't believe the same things, so I'm going to give this 3 years to see if I can influence something in him? Or was it just I'm prepared to marry him, even though we do believe different things? I think that
Oh
would be an
no.
interesting perspective of
Okay.
her to share.
Yeah. So I knew God was real. I knew about Jesus. I just didn't care. So like you know, I just didn't care. I wasn't really receptive to it until I started dating her, and that's when like I started taking it more serious. So it didn't take that long for me to like maybe like 6 months to a year. I think it wasn't that long.
And so
But
you
she
moved
just
down here and y'all like were living together, and she was going to church on Sunday, and you were just home, and she would come back and see you and be like, "Oh, this is what the pastor talked about," and you were just kind of like, "Yeah, okay, whatever." Is that kind of what the dynamic was for a year?
pretty much, yeah. She just made it really apparent that her family was big on church, you know, and so they wouldn't judge me if I didn't go, but they would encourage me to go. And so I just was like, you know what, let me go ahead and just go and see what I get out of it. And I only took one time, so once, and then I was pretty much locked in. I forget who the pastor was. I think he is not even with us anymore. But
Oh.
whatever he said, it just stuck with me. And now I
You heard
believe.
the voice of the Lord.
Yeah, I don't remember what he said, but I was like, oh, this is interesting. I never took it that serious. So this is like even my cousin has been in the word since we're 2 days apart, same year and everything, same month, and he's always had like a good foundation, and I just didn't care. That's how I was. I didn't start caring until I was like 22, 23. I'm 28 now, so it's only been 5 years.
38, yeah.
Let me include Zacchaeus and Angie. Angie, do you have a lot of background noise? I see you in the train. Okay, all right. We'll wait on you. So shout outs to my New York sister, Zacchaeus.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah,
Our
man.
Knicks, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
It's been 53 years, brother.
You cheated.
Finally. Yeah, long time.
Who cheated? Because the Spurs rep was cheating.
No. I'm rage baiting. Sure.
Yeah, he know he rage baiting.
New York will give you that Spurs special.
San Antonio.
Anyway, let me.
It's their time. It's their time.
We gotta at least get one.
Fires on the buses.
Too long.
Getting beat up.
Too long.
Man,
New York.
Go ahead, Angie.
New York on top of everything. Word. This was a long time coming.
That's right.
I want to
Yeah.
say congratulations to my city. I wish I was there tearing up the school bus with them. New York, turn all the way up, respectfully.
Yeah. Long time.
I'm sorry, y'all. We're having a New York moment because Angie's still there, Zacchaeus is still there, but I'm the one who's not there right now. But that's my home.
I was there
so
on Saturday, man. I was there the whole week. I was in August. I was in August. Yeah.
Oh,
well,
man.
I didn't live that way. I went to
Y'all never go to New York City.
Oh, my girl is here. Mila,
Hi.
welcome back.
Hey, Beyonda. Hey, Meerkat. Hey, Angie. Hey. Hey, KJ.
KJ here with us today.
KJ,
Yo.
all of them. Yes,
So let me get to y'all. So my question, Zacchaeus, man. I had played the interview. You saw it before anybody else did. Okay, you already know. The most recent one I did about the dating pass and shouldn't matter, right? Mm-hmm. So I asked everyone, is there something from somebody's dating pass that would be a non-negotiable for you, and that would disqualify them from dating you? You're a married man, but you can still answer the question.
I think would disqualify them. I think like if a person is very they're not considerate. I think if a person is not sharing or they're not
Well, Zacchaeus, hold on. You may not know that. I'm talking about something from something that somebody may have done from their date. Like for instance, somebody who was a cheater.
Oh yeah, okay.
Right?
Okay.
Somebody who cheated in the past, somebody who had domestic violence in the past.
Oh.
Somebody who went to prison in the past.
Okay.
We're talking about things that, that were in their past or their dating past, which is the cheating part, that you would say, oh, nah, I can't. You may not be doing that no more, but nah, I don't know. Because I don't know if you actually change.
I know people, if they want to change, they change, right?
Yeah.
But I think a cutoff point is cheating because if they see a person want to change when they want to change, but certain things you can't condone, like stepping up, because let's face it. If somebody's gonna cheat, they're gonna cheat no matter what, no matter how, if you treat them very well with respect and everything. If that's in them, they do it. They do it no matter what. And I think that would, and if you ask us, if the question that was asked, that would be my cutoff point. The cheating, stepping out, not unfaithful. thing, you know. I don't. Yeah, I don't condone that. That and yeah. Just if you want to be single, you know. But or just be just be say I want to be open with people. I want to live that solo poly thing, but don't don't tell somebody you're gonna be just me and you, and then you see them holding hands with somebody else. It's not nice. It's not a nice feeling, you know. Mm-mm. I think that's my cutoff point right there. Yeah, man.
Angie, what you think?
I agree with Zacchaeus. I feel like, if a person is gonna cheat, they're gonna cheat. Um, that's just in their nature. It's all about what you decide to do after, whether you're gonna leave or stay. However, my breakers or like a deal breaker for somebody's past is if they got too much on and off relationships. Like a lot of their relationships is on and off. I don't do that. Sorry, you're not doing that over here. No kids after a certain age. Certain men.
Stop right there. What age? What
Listen,
age?
after the age of 36, or once you're like, honestly, once you hit like 35, you don't have no kids. I'm watching, because as a man, you feel me, especially if you say that you want a family or something. What are you doing as a man that you cannot secure your future, hold down a household, and make sure your woman feels secure enough to where she will want to give you a child? You feel me? um so I'm looking at the man, because at the end of the day, the man is the one that pops the question. So if you're still single at that point, um you could just get the hell up out my face. What else? Deadbeats. I don't do deadbeat dads. Go take care of
Jesus.
your kid. Go find out where they at, and go take care of them. You
Right.
don't have no business trying to flirt with me or talk to me, and you not take care of your kid.
Right. Respect that.
And a
Definitely
woman
respect
beater.
that. Mm-hmm.
You put your hand on a woman before in the past, baby. Don't even look my way.
Oh, get that.
May the
Absolutely.
Lord
Yeah,
take
absolutely.
that up with God. But yeah,
Mm. Yes, man.
Angie.
I can't be mad at none of that.
Wait,
Nah, no, not
hold
at
on, hold
all.
on, hold on.
yep.
Respect.
I ain't mad. Look, the ending, I ain't got no issue with Angie. So if a man ain't got, but you're answering that as a what, a 22-year-old? How old are you, Angie?
I just turned 23
Okay, 23.
in May.
So from
Yep.
the 20 so from a 23-year-old perspective, because
I don't mean
you're
to
not
cut. I don't mean to cut you off, Fifth. What day?
The second. What's up? You a Taurus?
Man. Nah, Gemini. Oh
Oh
man.
no,
I
no.
about to say I thought we was twins for a minute. I thought I found a twin. All
Nah,
right, never
we can't be twins unless you were May Gemini. That's the only ones I really rock with for real.
I'm a May Gemini, May 30th.
You too close
so
to June. We might as well throw you in June.
My bad, Fifth. My
Y'all
bad. My
nah,
bad.
nah, nah, it's all good. So Angie, from a 23-year-old woman's perspective, you're saying for your dating preference, you're saying if a man is over 36 with no kids, you not rocking with that.
Yeah, unless it's like, okay, you like had your
It's talking about you, Fifth.
career thing going on.
Angie,
You're
your
like,
cricket wireless is messing up on you. Angie, you there? Angie,
not the cricket wireless.
you mentioned. Hey,
You
Angie,
can't be taking it for a phone service, okay? I got boots. Don't do that.
your Metro PCS is borging right now. Oh, good. I'm laughing because
No, Fifth,
there's
don't pay me. I don't got that pizza. I don't got Metro pizza. Yo,
Angie, and you know how it is. They own every corner back home, all boroughs.
I swear. But T-Mobile bought them, so the service should be better.
It should be. You're right. And I used to be with Metro when I was in my struggle years. I know. I ain't clowning nobody. I'm short joke, but you know, same thing with Boost, Mila. I had Boost Mobile when I didn't have a job, so I understand.
I had Optimum, so
yeah. So Angie, repeat. So it had cut out. So repeat what you said about your reasons for why you wouldn't. I know you're 23. It's gonna be. You might feel a little different when you get 36. But from a 23-year-old woman's perspective, you said that you cannot date a over 36-year-old man with no kids.
Oh, please.
Angie, can I tell you something?
Okay.
So Beyonce said you talk about me. I'm not offended. But let me tell you something, Angie. I'm 39, no kids, never been married. I've met women who have said hallelujah when they've met me. Because of the fact that I didn't have no kids and never was married. But also those women were my
hallelujah.
age.
Dang. You got like that, sis?
The image
trust
just
me.
hit me of that.
Trust me, I've had, and those are women who have children. And who've already been married.
No.
Wait, Fib. Was it just a
As
normal
somebody
was it
no
a normal hallelujah, or was it one of those hallelujah type beat? Which one was Oh
The
man.
hallelujah with a dance behind it.
It was a hallelujah with a thank you Jesus after it.
Oh
personally,
no, man.
okay. Y'all already know me and my ex had a 9-year age gap. He's in his early 30s. I was like, okay, hallelujah. I thought it was respectable that you're not laying your feet everywhere. Um, that could be thrown. However, it's also it it also points out the responsibility in a man and his willingness to commit to somebody. So that's what it all boils down to me. And after dealing with that in his early 30s as well, communicator. And this is just off of a week of talking. And I ghosted him. I don't got time for that. That look like, but that's just what I look at. It just makes me know like where their head is at. Because if you're not focused, how you talk, it just lets me know the kind of partner you was in the past. I'm not wasting my time there. But if you're career driven, you're focused, dead set on your career, being married, stuff like that. If that's what you want, and like you're still trying to advance in your career or get to where you want to be in life, that's a different story. But if you already kind of are where you want to be in life, you don't really have no other ambitions, and that's not something you're going for, or you don't have that and you're past a certain age, I'm going to automatically write you off in my book.
But
Personally, it just
the
boils down
guy,
to responsibility.
what if what if the guy, right, is your type? He's like 34, 33 years old, I guess. That kind of like early to mid 30s. Has no kids, but he's successful. What about that?
Be going.
That's a different story.
Exactly.
She's going.
I said that. I said there are a few outliers to the situation, but if it's like they're driven for their career, that's a different story. However, once you are successful and you are where you want to be in life career wise, and that's not something that you're doing or you're fumbling your relationships back to back, I'm going to take that into account.
So we don't have the
Because you're not ready. You're scared of commitment. But come on, we can argue this out. I missed y'all. Let's debate.
So we don't have the capacity. And your debate. That's your opinion. That's cool.
Let me get the Mila. Mila, you there? Mila.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. So I had played an interview that I did. I did another interview, street interview. And I asked the woman, is there something from someone's dating past that they may have done in their dating past that could be a non-negotiable for you and disqualify them from dating you? That's what I asked the woman on the thing. And her example was she couldn't be with somebody who used to be an ex adult actor.
Well, I get it because
Yeah.
who want to deal with what you got going on? Don't actors get infected with a lot of things, and some you can't get rid of, and they're not honest about their past. So
Health check.
I get that. But at the same time, I wouldn't date nobody in their past relationships that's mentally, physically, or verbally abusive. I can't do it. I did it before. I never do it again. I have kids to raise. My kids will never see me go through that again.
Yeah.
Amen.
And the first time you get loud with me and I gotta get loud back with you, just know you ain't gonna talk to me in the next 5 seconds because I'm gonna be gone. I don't do the loud voice and all this extra stuff for no reason. If we can't talk like adults, we don't need to talk at all.
So I have a question, right? When you're getting to know somebody and you're dating them, should they have to explain their past to you?
Repeat. Can you repeat that?
So when you're dating someone, does someone's dating history, do they have to explain their past to you? Whatever it was in their past, do they have to explain it to you in terms of whether to qualify them or not? Like for instance, Mila,
yes,
right?
Because I want to know.
Mm-hmm. Well, like for instance, Mila, right?
I want to know. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let's just say a woman slapped her ex 3 exes ago, right? She's 40 now, but she did it back at 29. Are we disqualifying her for that?
Yeah, because why are you physically beating on a man?
No, because what did he do?
No, don't put your hands on me. Because whatever I
Ain't no,
did,
it don't matter what he did. Learn how
ain't
to walk
warrant you.
away.
No,
But he was 29, right? He's 40 now, Mila. He was 29.
I got 4 sisters.
But
I had to fight.
Yeah, that right there. I got 4 too. Exactly.
So putting their hands on one another, they don't need to be around. It's not a love language. I don't care how many people say it is. It's not a love language.
I told my shawty now, like, yo, if you ever feel like you got to put your hands on me, don't, because I get petty real quick. I ain't gonna touch you, but I'm gonna definitely pull a Tyler Perry and throw all you stuff out the window.
Hey, let me start putting on the top and my makeup brushes under the fridge. It's gonna be a problem.
Who you playing with?
That right there, forget a slap. You mess with my makeup brushes or anything in my skincare, my hair, that's the quickest way to get back at me. Don't do that.
Well, the reason why I'm asking that is because Jess once said, she said this on a panel. She said that if you're a Christian man and you are disqualifying X304, then we may have to check your walk, in layman's terms. Jess, you want to explain that?
Jessalations 3:16.
You're hilarious. Yeah, so the reason why I said that is because we come to God, we come to the altar with all of our damage, and and we want God to love us. And yet when God asks us to love others the way we love ourselves, for us to be a light in the earth, to be the salt of the earth, how do we not think that we have to show the character of God with other people? And so I do think it does show how myopic your relationship with God is. If you want God to forgive everything you've done, but you can also give that forgiveness to a person you're trying to engage with romantically. And again, this is very different. Look at the hands up, y'all. It's like a Zoom call. It's like anyway.
Go ahead, Jess.
Yeah, it's so funny. So to land my plane, what I'm gonna say is that if you are serious about unification, if you're serious about covenantal relationships, then you should know that their past can't define them if they have turned over a new leaf. And repentance is saying, I've turned into a new direction. I'm a new person. I'm a new creature in Christ. And so they have truly shown that in their lifestyle. Then there's nothing to hold against them. If they've been a 304 and yesterday was the last day they was 304, you have no reason to trust, right? That they're different people. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about somebody turning over a new leaf, and you can see that in their lifestyle.
Hold on, wait. Y'all can't see my hand raised. But I just want to say, Jess, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but it be those people that turn over a new leaf that tends to backtrack and be like, oh, this ain't wasn't my past. And since I met this girl, she don't want to listen. And since I met this man, and he don't want to listen, I'm going to resort to put my hands back on him. Or I'm going to resort to talk to people like they little. Or, stuff like that. I don't trust people that turn over the leaf unless you can physically, mentally, emotionally show me that you turned over the leaf. I don't.
Well, KJ, then Beyond it, because KJ had his hand up. Go ahead, KJ.
Okay. So
He's about to get a crick in his neck for how long he done had his hand up.
there's a I work out, so there's nothing.
Ooh,
But
excuse
yeah. Stop playing with me. Yeah. The Nobody said anything about unforgiveness, Jess. It's courting and vetting. It is your prerogative to choose what you want to deal with when it comes to uh, a potential partner, right? So, because you may have a past, and that past could include being a 304, right? If a man realizes that, he has the option to choose. It's not because he doesn't forgive you. There's nothing to forgive because you weren't a 304 with him. If he chooses to be with you, then that means that he has to assess the potential risk of being in a relationship like that. But if he ends up finding out that, hey, you are reformed, okay, cool. But either way, it's his choice. It's not a matter of forgiveness, if that makes sense.
Beyonda, you had a response, right?
Literally the same thing.
Yeah.
It's not like we were together. She stepped out, and I just said, you know what, we're done because you're a 304. Isn't the same thing. Now, if I'm meeting someone for the first time, talking for a few weeks, few months, or whatever, and then I learned that she was a 304, I have a choice to make. Like he said, I can either continue on with it, and it might be okay, but you have to weigh the options. Is it possible, or is it probable that she's going to be, good or bad? And I can choose to go with it and be with her, or not. Now if I choose not to be with her, she might have been a good wife, but that's my choice to make. And I shouldn't be a bad guy for not wanting to be with someone whose past is a little iffy, it just depends on how she carries herself, I guess, and if she exudes those behaviors currently, because if I couldn't tell, then maybe she turned over a new leaf. You never know, but yeah, that's what I'll say.
And the reason why I say people are taking it personal is because even though it didn't happen to you, you are holding her accountable for that thing as if it did happen to you, because that's the reason why you won't engage with her. And so to me, those two mentalities cannot coexist where, there's nothing I have to forgive her for because it didn't happen to me. But also the thing I'm gonna hold you accountable to that I wasn't even there for. Like I don't know what was going on in your life. I was not there. But yeah, I'm holding you to a past I wasn't, I wasn't privy to. And my thing is, it's really about repentance. That is the biggest factor for me, which is why I keep coming back to this, because we often want things that we're not willing to give. And I think that's very hypocritical. I said that right? Hypocritical, yeah. Hypocritical in relationships. And I just think our marriages, our companionship, our societies will be better if we actually stopped trying to hold people to a standard we don't even hold ourselves to, or have them be on trial for the rest of their life for things that they have shown they have turned a new leaf, over. And that's really what I'm saying. Like, y'all will make this a sin she has to go to the grave with, and Jesus don't even do that. You better Jesus.
Well, you know
That's
what?
not
I
what's
say this.
That's
I'm
not
gonna
what's
say this.
happening.
Well,
I'm gonna say this.
Well, hold on real quick, and I'm gonna let Zacchaeus go.
Yeah.
We're using algorithm friendly language. So 304 means hoe, whore. The reason why 304 makes somewhat of a calculated sense is because if you got an old calculator and you type in 304 and you hold it upside down, it spells out hoe. So that's why we're using that language. But I'm not even monetized.
People know about that.
Yeah, but I'm not even monetized yet, so we could probably
Those
say
old
hoe and whore, and it's all
TI-82
right.
calculators.
But anyway, sexually promiscuous. Go ahead, Zacchaeus. Go ahead.
Yeah, God is the one that forgives, and He gives us options to make choices. Options to make choices, meaning that because of a person, we don't know a person's past. No, we don't. We don't know it. But as time goes on, you see certain things, and and sometimes you ignore certain things, and because of their past, sometimes, and the person has to be healed, and only God can heal them. And they're the ones that have to make that choice to say, okay, I don't no longer want to be doing this anymore, or I don't want to be this type of person anymore. And we have choices. Now, as time goes on and you start dating that person, you see certain things, and sometimes you date somebody, you see certain flags, and you're like, oh man, they did say this in the past. Sometimes it's the things that you ignore that turns on and bite you at the end. But you see these things, right? But a person themselves got to be truly set free and delivered and set free, and God forgives them. Now you can say, okay, that's your past, and leave it at that. But in some cases, some people are really delivered and set free from the bondage and bad habits and strongholds. Really, truly, truly. But there's some people that still have elements of the past in them, and they bring it into the next relationship, and sometimes they don't pan out too right. It just mash up the whole thing, It don't pan out too right at all, because you realize that this person's, they say they set free and delivered, but sometimes you have to look at the actions and because one thing to say it, but another thing to really live out, really, really be set free and delivered, So that's
we're always working on
it. My bad. Well, because Zacchaeus, there wasn't much forgiveness if you were listening, there wasn't much consideration for the ex-woman beater. But we're supposed to have a lot of consideration about the ex-hoe?
I didn't say that. I said if I was 45
or the PDF file. That too.
So how many bodies? Okay, now I gotta ask this question.
I got so many questions.
Yeah, because how many bodies makes you a quote unquote hoe?
Y'all tell me. Y'all the one with the problem.
No, just I'm asking you. My bad, Mila. What'd you say? My bad, Mila. Go ahead. It's something my
I
fault.
was messing with Jess. I say anything more than 75.
75.
I'm
I want to get the joke. What's the joke?
That's for me.
Oh Jesus! How did that joke go over your head? Oh
I thought she
Lord!
got it. I thought she got it. That's why I answered fast.
She was being extreme. But how many?
75, Jessica. They said 75. A body count over 75.
75.
Sounds like an
Vibes
opera,
Cartel
you know?
say,
Like,
Vibes Cartel say, if it make 51, me not want it. Hello.
Well, Angie said 20 bodies me can't do.
Me not gonna do it. I'm sorry. And I come from in front of me.
Hot lava.
Hey, the way her accent just came out and she was just talking like that, I like it. Go ahead, girl. We talking to two different people at one time.
So Miss Angie said 20 bodies she can't do.
well, she's 23. That makes sense.
No, because you go through life, you feel me? I understand that you meet people. And I feel like sometimes things don't work. But you know, if we're gonna be fair, we're gonna go off Vibes Cartel. Once it reach 51, trash.
Okay.
But me personally, I don't
That's
really
a lot
want
of
nobody.
spirits.
I'm saying too much.
50 bodies, that's a lot of spirits, man. Jesus Christ.
The
That is a
person
cesspool.
That's
It
the
is.
national standard, but for me, it's 20.
The person
20.
that you're talking to doesn't necessarily tell you the truth of how many people that they've been with. They can be like, "Oh, you're the fourth one, baby," you know, woo woo woo, and he done swept you off your feet. And then when you find out you ain't the fourth one, you mad.
They may not know how many they've been with, so they probably can't give an honest answer because it's like
Jesus
They
Christ.
just started
there's
off out
some
the street.
there's
That's
some they
all.
forget about. That's only the ones they remember.
I had a woman once say she only count. Oh Lord. All right, we
Oh,
adults.
Lord.
We adults. We about to
The
go
ones
there.
that feel good.
She says she only count the ones she got an orgasm from.
Ooh.
And I
Oh,
mean,
Lord.
let's talk about
So
it. Let's talk about it. If I did not nut, the ish didn't count.
I mean, I
Y'all
agree.
men gotta do better with making us NUTP.
beyond the
Sorry. And the way that women don't get pleased, I think that's a valid statement.
She said, make me yodel, and then it counts.
Oh.
I kind of get it though, because sometimes, like, if you're just gonna be a Twinkie for a man, like,
I'm saying I'm not here for your personal masturbation. I'm not getting
yeah,
all
that
types
don't count.
of it. I'm not trying to work when it's done. Like the fact that I'm able to scroll on my phone is a problem.
If you have to fake it, it really don't count. Like you was an NPC to his kind of like thing, and you know you weren't
I
really there.
think we over faking it as women. I think now we just gotta kick him out. And you know what? What Tiff said, I'm leaving here with something.
But they be
I'm leaving here
violent.
with something. You waste my time.
Hey fellas,
I'm leaving here with something.
I think we been in the beauty salon for too long. Y'all want to go to the
You know what I
barber
mean? I'm
shop?
from around the way. I'm leaving with
Yeah.
something.
Ah no!
So wait a minute.
Yes.
So wait a minute. That was kind of my fault, ladies and gentlemen. That was kind of my fault.
Damn it, Finn.
But what I'm saying, but I know. But what I'm saying is, let's talk about what happens when somebody has too many bodies. Because I know we're going on the number, whether it's 10, 20, 15, 30, 25, 30 years of clapper, right? But the thing is that how does somebody's emotional connection is affected by that? So now when they get with the next person, are they able to even have a healthy relationship with that next person because they have a past? And I know it because KJP game, right? There's something called comparison narrative. Because now it's because she done had so much or the man done had so much, when it's time for them to whatever it is, she'll say, oh, well, Johnny was this way. Tyrone was this way. Well, he don't do it like Lonnie do it. He don't do it like
Tyrone.
Tay does it.
Fit,
He don't
fit,
do it.
fit.
He don't do it
They
like
think
Kyle do it. He don't do it
they
like Kevin do it. Go ahead, KJ.
they think we don't know.
Right.
Ladies, I'm gonna just give y'all a forewarning. Before you try and play in a man's face, check and see if he got sisters. Because if he got sisters, 9 times out of 10, he know the game down to the T. The reality is that a man with sisters, they have told him at least once or twice that in the relationships that they've been in, that they are definitely comparing any and everything about this current man that she's dealing with to the man that she was previously with. That includes your bedroom performance.
When she's a
So if she's
degenerate,
look so if she's looking at how you are in the bedroom and she's comparing, 9 times out of 10 is going to leave you in the predicament to have to perform better under conditions that you never even realized you had to perform under, because she's
Oh.
applying those exact same standards that she had with her previous dude and putting it to the 10th power with you. So
Let me say
ultimately,
this. Sorry, go ahead, finish.
no,
Go
you
ahead,
good.
Angie.
You good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And let me say this as a girl who's always around her brothers. Okay? I feel like that logic only works if you have older sisters or you're the only boy amongst a bunch of girls. However,
I am the youngest and the
how
only out of
yeah, that makes sense. I ain't
five.
gonna lie. Your
Yeah.
sisters definitely do be putting you on game and be looking out for
I
you.
am too.
However, that's not always true. Not always true. We do
Mm.
not always compare to the past. We just want to feel something great. And that's somebody who has went a long, long time without getting satisfied. I don't got a lot of boyfriends. I only got four. Only had four. Okay? I'm not looking for somebody to top the last one because I was already annoyed with that one's performance. Just knock me out the park, respectfully. That's it. That's all. Sorry.
Bless her
My
heart. Go
whole
ahead,
thing
Beyonce.
is
What was you about to say?
Bless her
my whole
heart. Yeah,
thing
bless their heart.
my
Bless
whole
your
thing
heart.
is
Don't do it like
my
that.
whole thing my whole thing is if my ears work properly, I heard someone say it doesn't count if she didn't get off.
mm-hmm.
You'll be
We
surprised how common that line of thinking actually
That's
is.
very common, Beyonda.
You'll be
so
surprised.
he so
You're right.
the schlong wasn't inside of you? Wasn't inside
No,
of you?
not
Why
really.
wasn't I counting? Why wasn't I counting? It was in there. It wasn't over the phone. It wasn't
If I'm in
vocal.
the car and the car don't move, was I driving?
Hey, why his face just curl up like
What are we
that?
talking about? This doesn't count.
You gotta
Oh my
understand that,
God.
bro.
What
You
are we
gotta
talking about?
understand.
Beyond, you gotta
If I'm
stop.
in
Uh,
a car, if the car don't
uh,
move, I'm not driving. It's the
Oh
same
my
uh,
thing.
gosh. That is the
I'm in the
dumbest
place,
thing
but
in my
the
entire
function of the
life.
thing is not happening.
wait,
On
wait,
my
wait, wait, wait,
life.
wait, wait, Jess,
Beyonda,
you
that's
can't
girl,
say
but
nothing.
that's girl math. That's girl math.
Function is
That
not
math
happening.
is stupid. He was
Is it
there.
Yeah.
though? Is it?
It wasn't over the phone or through Zoom. No, y'all were together. He was inside of you. It counts.
Not doing a thing. Not being like
Not doing nothing.
Yo,
he was
yo,
inside looking at the walls,
No.
right? But
Out of
he
here.
wasn't putting
Stop
up no
that.
furniture. He
No.
wasn't putting up that
No.
IKEA bed. He was not.
Well, Jess, I don't care if he's one pump man.
Okay.
You can get pregnant off of that.
Yes, that's right. That's
So
right.
you have a
Immaculate.
baby.
That's like almost like a immaculate.
Wait, Jess, hold on. See now I'm about to get mad. So Jess,
About what?
you could have intercourse with a man, regardless of whether you got yours or not. Get pregnant, have a baby,
That's right.
you can't now say, well, he didn't count because I didn't. You didn't right. He counted. You got a kid.
I mean, that
You
baby
know
came
what,
from a
Fifth?
stork.
You know what, Fifth?
That's gonna be my
Let
story.
me say this.
The baby was
You know what,
dropped
Fifth?
on the doorstep.
It's like me going to
A
the
bird
park,
gonna
right?
deliver that baby,
No,
huh?
No,
it's
no,
like
no. Stop, stop, stop. Run it back. Jess, what did you say?
The baby was delivered by a stork. That's where,
Live by itself.
hold on, hold
yeah,
on,
like the child.
Fifth,
hold on,
fifth. Please clip that.
Y'all
hold on.
stressing fish
I
back. That
will.
man a little
I
bit
will.
back.
Why y'all so hard for One Pump Man? I'm
Hold on,
confused.
man. Yeah.
No,
No,
because I'm speaking for Beyonda's logic,
Fifth,
right?
Fifth, hold on. I
Yeah,
This-
have.
go ahead, Beyonda.
It's like me, right? Going to a park. I decide to shoot 5 people, right? 4 of them die. Okay, I get charged for the 4, but this one person lived. Doesn't count. No, I'm gonna get charged for that one too.
You won't get charged for murder though. You're not getting
Murder.
charged for murder.
It still counts
Attempted.
though. It
It would
still
have been
counts though.
attempted.
It still counts though.
But
Attempted.
it's not murder. It's not capital
It's
murder.
on my record. It's on
Okay,
my
but it's
It's
record.
not murder.
So that
attempted.
It's
so
It's
not
that
the
attempted
so that
same
murder.
thing as the
so
people who
that
unalive
that
though. It's
schlong
different
inside of
charges.
you, yeah, it's on your record. It's on your record.
What?
The
If
schlong
you
that you
just
had
if
inside of
you
you,
the
the
schlong, the
schlong.
schlong that did nothing, the schlong that just a figment of my
It's on
imagination.
your record. It's on your resume.
How you know? Who looking
Tell
at
me.
my Carfax for the vaginas? Who know?
Oh, you mean the whole facts? You mean the whole facts?
It ain't
Show
got
me the whole
it don't
facts.
count. It don't count.
It counts.
No,
If
but
that was gonna be my 75th person and he didn't do nothing, I'm still good. I'm still good.
okay.
You know
So
what, Jess? I support.
So,
Angie,
oh,
hey, hey, Jess, do not poison my Angie. Okay, that's my Angie.
You know, I'm all
Okay.
about
poison
special
already.
discipline. You know,
She's poison
Listen,
now.
I'm a man at heart, but I'm
Poison
a
now.
lady physically,
I'm a
okay?
man at heart. You funny, Eddie.
Well,
She's
see,
poison.
we'll see. But these are the things that can describe. This is what I'm saying, and I know it makes. I get it, ladies, because the you're good. You if the man got what he got, y'all more better than that than I guess than men being okay with the woman unless he in the streets too. So if we got 2 people who've been in the streets, I can understand the hypocrisy of don't get at me for my 30 when you 30. So we 30 for 30. I get that. but for the men who don't have 30 and the women who have 30, I don't think that's a good match. You understand what I'm saying? So when
It's
you
not.
so the right,
It's not.
so the choice is still there, whether he's a believer or not. Yes, God forgives, but a lot of times men don't. And this
But
is what I'm.
is she trying to add to the 30 though? Like if the 30 happened 3 years ago, right? Her 30th person happened 3-4 years ago. Like, what sense does that make? It's not like she did that yesterday. She just got up off the floor and was wiping her face 45 minutes ago. You see what I'm saying? Like, and then, right? It's like people want certain things to be true for them and untrue for others because we're all still working out our salvation at some form or fashion. Nobody is on this panel right now not having not sinned at least in the last 5 to 10 days. So we want to hold this person to a standard where they have stopped doing that years ago, but we just lied. We just told a fib. We just idolized something. We're getting out of a thing where we are doing something nefarious towards our relationship with God. But
Just
The problem with that logic though is that you're applying God structured thinking standard to human structured thinking standard. Just because all sins are equal in the eyes of God does not mean that we need to treat all sins equally when we're trying to find our partner.
yeah.
Yes, you can have a hit. Yes, you can have a history, right? That history is entirely on you. It is my prerogative to choose whether or not I want to deal with that said history. Because in the moment of me getting to know you, even if it's throughout a week of me getting to know you, I'm still not going to know the ins and outs of your situation. I still have to learn um, that over time. But based on the information that you willingly gave me in the courting and vetting process while we were dating, it allows me to be able to make the decision of whether or not I still want to continually deal with you. And if a man or a woman chooses to not deal with you because you have a said high body count, because you had a said cheating history, because you have multiple children from multiple different men or women, right? I don't have to deal with that as a man. You don't have to deal with that as a woman. Your standards could be equivocated solely to how you act. So just like Buddy in the comments about an hour ago said that all men want or that most men want
Debt-free virgins.
yep, debt-free virgins with no tattoos. I'm not saying that a woman can't have a tattoo. I'm about to get my second tattoo next week. I can't say nothing about no tattoos. I can't say nothing about being a virgin. I can't. That would be hypocritical. But it's not hypocritical for me to say, you kind of easy on the streets, from what I could tell, and decide to move on to the next option. That's my prerogative. I don't have to stay with that. I don't have to deal with that. God ain't never told me under any circumstance that I have to stick around with a habitual 304, with a habitual street stepper. I'm not doing that.
But KJ, you're making it seem like that's going to affect your current situation. The only person who is bringing the past into the present is you. Because her lifestyle is different. This is very different than a person who has 5 kids, right? Those
How do
5
I know
kids
that her
are,
lifestyle is different?
again, because you have to
Having
observe
bad
her.
credit, you can apply.
Same way you don't know anybody's a true Christian until you are observing their lifestyle. So you listen to people talk to you all day, and then you still have to observe what they're going to do. So this goes for anything. And so what I'm saying is the children, I can see that because the children are something she's currently dealing with in her present. Her being a perpetual sidestepper, as you said, that happened a year ago, is not something that's happening currently. You are the one who is bringing in the past to the present, saying, I don't know if you're going to compare me when we finally have sex. I don't know if you're still going to be dealing with trauma when we finally do this. That hasn't happened yet. If you told me that when y'all did engage, she was comparing you, then I would say it's not the past, it's the present. If she said, oh, well, this man used to do this to me and you're not doing this, then it's not the past, it's the present. But I'm talking about a woman who has moved on from it. Y'all are still holding her to the same standard as the woman who just got up off the bed 30 minutes ago. And those are two different women.
Nah.
I just said, Zacchaeus. I just said.
Oh, I want a rebuttal so bad.
Oh no, I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you rebuttal.
I have one too, because
because I just said we have all of this grace for the ex smut bucket, but we don't. But we don't have the same grace for the man who slapped the woman upside of her head that she felt between the washing machine and the dryer 15 years ago.
I did, but I didn't say that. I said if he has proven a track record of repentance, then I could get with a man who had a DV pass. I said that. Other people did not say that, but Jessica, so you're talking to a person who's living what I preach.
Could you get with an ex? I'll say it backwards. YAG man.
I've done it before. That's the examples I gave when I first talked about this.
I beg your pardon.
My finest pardon. I've done it.
I ain't never did it. Hey, how that work?
So I'm literally the poster child to tell you how it's possible for us to not be hypocrites.
KJ, I can't with you right now.
Somebody said they have a question.
No, and I got one more.
That you
he said that she.
Nah, Beyonce got me weak.
Somebody had a question, and I got to get y'all rebuttals before I close it out. What
I have a rebuttal.
Angie, you said you had a question. You got a rebuttal? Angie, you want to wait till
Yes,
they
man.
get their rebuttal? Or you want to ask it now?
Wait
Because
till they
I think
get
you
their
want to.
rebuttal.
All right, go ahead, Beyonder. You said you.
I was gonna
Hey,
say, like,
Angie, or you gotta take your camera off because YouTube will get me on that smoking on stream. But yeah, go ahead, Beyonder.
I was gonna say, a woman or a man. Let's be equal here, equal quality, right? A woman or a man, right, who is a 3 or 4, right? It's kind of think of it like having a credit card, right? If you have bad credit history, right, and you change and you whatever, you can apply for a credit card, but you may or might not get one, depending how soon you applied, or if you've had like better spending habits. These things have to come up into play whenever they're deciding whether or not they're going to give you a credit line. It's the same thing for, it's an analogy for dating, like if you were 3 or 4 last year, that's a little too soon for me to just consider you as
A
a
wife.
partner that I'm willing to take serious. Now, if it's like, 5 years, you make good decisions, it's reflective in your patterns or behavior, then maybe I might take you a little seriously, maybe not. But I'm not a bad Christian because I say no. I'm protecting my spirit in my house. So I don't, plus, woman who, if you sleep with other partners, you have all that spiritual energy around you. I don't want to have that in my life. I shouldn't have to take that on and deal with my own spiritual practice and my walk. My walk is my walk. At the end of the day, I have to leave this earth and face God by myself. I don't need to take on your stuff and then have it drag me down to HE double hockey stick. So if I want to take that, I gotta take all that into consideration before I take someone serious like that. Now, I hear what you're saying. We shouldn't, you shouldn't knock her off the chessboard, entirely. I get that, but there is a certain time as to which I can decide whether or not I'm taking that girl seriously or not.
And my rebuttal.
I would like.
I think I understand where the confusion is. Because you're not choosing her, because you're taking her past into heavy consideration when you're courting and vetting a partner long term, that could look like you not giving them a level of grace. Let me tell you what, how you how you move when it comes to that approach will display whether or not you're giving her grace. But just because you're giving her grace doesn't mean that you're giving her a chance. Those are two completely different monsters. So I can see that she's had struggles in her past, right? Maybe she was overly promiscuous. Maybe she has a bad relationship with her father, right? Maybe she has a multitude of kids from different men, et cetera, et cetera. The graceful route for me would be to understand that everybody has circumstances. Everybody has dealt with the consequences of the decisions that they've made in the past, right? And I can understand that. I can approach you with the level of comfortability so that it doesn't seem like that I'm attacking you. But when it comes to actually courting and vetting a partner, one thing that the red pill unfortunately did get right is that when you're dating, you're interviewing. You are most definitely interviewing when you're dating somebody. You're trying to figure out what type of person they are and if they're qualified to be with you. And guess what? Same thing, vice versa. The person that you're talking to is doing the exact same thing with you. So it's not like it's one-sided. Some people don't get the job. That's just the reality. Doesn't mean that down the line, maybe you two might come across, even though it's unlikely, maybe you two might meet again under completely different circumstances and you're completely evolved. This is a completely different person than what I initially dated. Okay, maybe we could possibly see where this might go. But as of right now, no, you're not ready. And I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with your lack of prep in this current phase that you're in because you're not taking it seriously enough to be able to invest in yourself, to be able to change how you are long term. It's not my responsibility to guide you through that process. That's a choice that I can make, but the choice is ultimately mine. Tell me where I lied.
Oh, I didn't. I literally just said that.
So then your approach is grace.
No, the thing you just said about if we met on in different circumstances and you're an evolved person, then I could give that a chance. That's the woman I'm talking about.
But no,
I'm not.
what I'm talking about is you encountering that exact same person that you initially dated that showed those deal breakers. If they don't show those deal breakers later down the line and you're trying the dating scene again, then yeah, maybe give it a chance.
How could
But
she?
I'm not talking about the first initial interaction.
No, but give me an example of how her 3 or 4 past could be different 5 years from now.
Her demeanor, her behavior.
So like I said,
The vast
Her
majority
her
of
ability to
people
pair
don't.
bond.
So that's what I'm
The
saying. If her behavior gives, I was just a 3 or 4 5 minutes ago, that's the present. That's not the past.
Yeah, but
So
no, there's nobody in their right mind that's gonna look at a woman with a straight face and say, and after she said, "Oh, my 304 phase was 5 minutes ago. I'm no longer in that phase."
KJ, that's what I'm saying.
Nobody's gonna take that seriously.
KJ, that's literally what I'm saying. I'm talking about the woman in your scenario who had been the evolved person that you met up with down the line. She had been removed from that past for a substantial amount of time, and yet that was something that she had repented from. I'm talking about that woman who has matured, repented, and you can see in her lifestyle she's a new being. Why is she still on a witch trial for something that she has shown in her lifestyle does
She's not on
not,
a witch trial.
but she
Because
is
there
the
are earthly
you're holding her,
consequences.
you're
There
hold
are
again, like I
earthly
said,
consequences.
beyonder. Like I said, you want her to be on trial and for the rest of her life for something that I just said happened a year, 2, 3, 4 years ago. That's what I'm saying. You're saying that there's still consequences 4 years ago. Who are you, God? If God can't, again, and I'm not saying there's nothing to forgive because she didn't do it to you. I'm trying to show an example of how if the God of the universe, who is so just, can see his creation and say, dang, you was doing some crazy stuff, but I see you have repented, I'm going to give you a new chance. And it was to God. She sinned against God. And God said, I can give you a new chance. But you, when you weren't even there 3 years ago, and you saying, well, you still gotta have consequences for your actions. Who are you? And that's what
The
I'm saying.
consequence
That's a
the
different woman.
consequences for your actions is based on the response that you get over time. People know the shame that comes with having that high level of promiscuity in your past. People understand that, which is why you have a significant portion of people who have done it before and know this is not something that I really want to be public about because the shame is too great for me to be able to publicize on. That's something that you need to take into consideration. Now, if we're talking about me or fifth or beyonder and our prerogative to choose, it's not coming from a sense of unforgiveness. Nobody up here said that you wouldn't be able to bounce back from this phase that you went through. Right? Nobody said that you wouldn't be able to change your behavior and deal with the consequences appropriately. The reality is that I don't know how you're dealing with these said consequences. So if I know that this is your past, but I have to take your word for it that you are a changed person, that's not reliable enough for me. It's not.
You
It's
don't have to
not.
take her word.
The only person, hold on, the only person that would be reliable for, the only deity that would be able that would be reliable enough for is God. Only God would be able to determine if you are really a changed person. I'm taking a risk. I'm taking a big risk taking your word for it that you are all of a sudden this reformed individual that no longer is promiscuous and you're only taking this dynamic seriously.
That's factual.
What kind of risk? What
Not to
risk?
mention, not to mention, if she bears fruit from afar, that's a stranger, right? I don't know what
Hmm.
she is. She's bearing fruit. She bears fruit, then I might look at that. Okay, she's bearing fruit that I might want to consume, you know. And then when I meet her, run by her past, I might be willing to put that aside because of the fruit she bears. but she's not bearing any fruit, and she then tells me, "Oh, I should be a 3 or 4 year ago." Not gonna take that serious, you know.
Did not just say that. I just said by her lifestyle, you can she has repented. I'm literally saying all the things y'all have just said
But
about.
she
I'm
may
not
have
saying
repented, but we don't know
again,
that.
KJ. You would know if you observed her lifestyle, but you would never give her a chance to observe her
But the
lifestyle
thing is, that
because
goes. The problem is that goes for anything, though.
that's what I'm saying, Beyond. That's literally the argument I'm making. The
So
DV
that goes
person,
for
the GAY guy, the guy who used to steal. It's for anything.
the PDF file,
The
right?
PDF.
That too.
I learned that the PDF cannot be cured. That's what I
Listen,
learned.
they can. That's not
Okay,
true.
so potentially a 304 cannot be cured.
That's not true. It's
You
not
have
a mental
hold on,
No.
If Jesus can't save these hoes, what are you trying? What
I
makes
don't
you
know that
think
you
you
do
greater than Jesus?
wait, Jess,
Yeah.
you're aware that you have elderly women, unhealed elderly women
Yeah.
that are passing down their whole knowledge to their granddaughters, right?
I'm sure.
Okay, so once again, one of two things could be occurring in this situation. Whether she learned this through her experiences or whether she learned this from knowledge passed generation to generation,
Mhm.
I have to be diligent and I have to be aware of what I'm dealing with. She could very much be healed, but I don't know that. And it is not my responsibility to endure potential unnecessary hardships just to figure out if she was serious about that or not.
Not to mention, women can be very conniving and manipulative. So if I learn that she's a 304, I'm going to take that into consideration, and it shouldn't be.
Again,
It shouldn't be a bad.
Jesus can't save these hoes. What are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus, nigga?
is that Dr. Umar?
And I have to be aware.
Dr. Umar's an idiot, but that was him. That's funny.
But again, it's like beyond
That was
your.
Minister Jack.
What's so funny
Oh,
to
was
me
it? Okay.
like you can see the wisdom of your wife holding fast to you because she could see something in you, right? Like she had the patience to walk with you when you weren't a finished product. You weren't even close to that. You had no desire to go to church with her. You sat for a year and you told KJ that he needs to rethink the idea of not pursuing a non-Christian because they could be different. So it's very concerning to me and quite ironic that this woman who is showing she has a lifestyle change has no lane back into the fold, but you who were actively not doing what your spouse was doing, y'all were actively unequally yoked for a year, can say that KJ, you need to listen and look at my life because my wife did something.
No, I was giving him my point of view. I wasn't telling him to do anything. Also, in my defense, if she hadn't had been with me, I would understand why. I wouldn't blame her for not wanting to be with me.
But you told KJ to
That's the one
rethink
difference.
out what he thought. So you are saying that
I'm
there's
just telling
wisdom.
him to be a little bit more receptive. That's all I said. Just be a little more receptive because you never know.
God
God might put a woman in his life that might be for him. You never know. I'm just saying you never know.
So how is that different than what I said? That the woman who had a checkered past, she might be his
because that woman thinks
partner.
that she's entitled for that man to take her serious when she's not entitled to that.
Beyonder, when did we ever say anything about being entitled? We talked about the fruits of her lifestyle showing that she has repented, and the situation happened a year, 2 or 3 ago.
That's
How
cool.
is that not a better situation?
Even with that doesn't mean that she's going to get the man she wants. That's a reality of it.
numerically, everybody's not going to be married. Numerically, somebody's first marriage will be somebody's second. So I'm not saying that everybody's going to have the same timeline and lifestyle and experience. What I'm saying is, how can you call yourself a Christian and want the favor and forgiveness of God, and you're not being a representative of God in the world? To me, that is hypocritical. And
Let me.
again, this is different than taking her at her word. I never said that. I said observe her lifestyle, not listen to her, observe what she's doing. So everything KJ and Beyonder has said about, oh yeah, that made me feel more comfortable. I said that 45 minutes ago.
All right, let me just say this.
I'm not judging the woman saying I'm not saying that the woman deserves to go to hell for what she's done. I'm just saying I don't want to date her. What's wrong with that?
She just don't deserve me.
I got one more
You
question.
know, she deserves
Does
happiness.
being
I don't want to be happy with her.
does being a Christian, being a disciple, however you want to label it, does that mean that you are obligated to take in a 304?
You're not taking
Yeah.
it anybody. You're giving her a chance.
No. That's not what I asked. Does that
Semantics.
mean that you're? Does
It's
that
not
mean that you're? Does that mean that you are obligated to take in a 304 as a wife because you are a Christian man?
obligated to take a former 304 as a wife because you're Christian. No, you're not obligated to take anybody as a wife.
I rest my case.
Okay. There you go.
But I
That's
never
just
said obligated. I said give a chance.
I'm not obligated to give her a chance.
Again, because you're being a
Said it. You just said it. I'm not
but you
obligated.
said take her as a wife. I never said that y'all was going to be at the altar. So you're adding
What
so many
we're
layers.
talking
So
about if
then
we're
why?
talking about if we're talking about dating long term,
But
what does
you're
that end up leading
but
to
you don't
inevitably?
know if that person you're dating long term is going to be your wife. You are just individually dating for marriage, but you don't know if that person you're dating is going to be your long term plan. And we know this. So why are we trying to put so many layers on this to make this complicated? It's not. She's a changed character. You can see that. And you're going to give her a fair shot because you can see the fruits of her lifestyle. That's literally it.
But giving someone a fair shot. I'm sorry, Jess, because you said you had to go. But giving someone a fair shot, and we talking about, since now the conversation is now about men who are believers and having standards, right?
Weird ones.
Like we're talking biblical standards, right? So if the biblical standard is that we don't just date to date and we're dating to marriage, then what KJ is talking about is still valid. So are we are we now saying that we should give chances and date for 4 or 5 months if we talking about believers and standards, or are we talking about going to marriage? Eventually this is going to have to go to marriage.
Can I
So
say
if this
something?
is so if the idea, I'm sorry, Meerkat, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Let's say you go to church. You meet this person, you're drawn to them, you like them, you get to know them, and you have no idea how God has changed that person or the work he's done in that person. Okay. You get serious. You don't ask. You didn't ask, were you a whore in your past? Okay. You don't ask that. But because you can't see that about that person. I mean, you look at that person, you're talking to that person, you're around that person, you have no idea that how much God has changed them. I think that's kind of what Jessica's saying. And you look at them and it's like and then you ask the question, or for whatever reason you start talking about each other's past. I think if it's a God ordained relationship, and that's kind of, if you're a Christian, that's what you want, a God ordained relationship, you can see that person through the eyes of God. Okay. And if they've truly, God has truly done the work, there's no way you can, it's hard to believe that they were ever that way. Okay. So your mindset is changed because you see what God sees in that person. It's kind of like Beyonder's fiance. She probably saw what God saw in you, Beyonder, and you know, you caught up with it or whatever. But I know there's people I've met, and they tell me what their past was like, and I'm like, I cannot imagine you ever doing things like that because they're not that person anymore. That person died along the way, along the journey. Like Jesus met the woman at the well. He what did he end up telling her? Go and sin no more. She ran to the village and declared what Jesus had told her. He told her all about her past, and her past was terrible. But he said, go and sin no more. And so I believe that woman was reformed. I believe that woman was cleaned up. And, God says he cast our sin as far as the east is from the west. He doesn't remember it. God knows. I mean, he's God. He knows everything. But he says he doesn't remember unless you keep reminding him of it. And if you keep saying, I'm a whore, I'm a whore, I'm a whore, because I was a whore 10 years ago, or 5 years ago, or 3 years ago, or 6 months ago, you will still be a whore. But if you say what God says about you, you got saved, you're walking through the steps of being transformed. And if someone meets you and they really don't care for that, they're not for you anyway. You don't need them. They don't need you. And that's not who God wants you to be with. So I mean, I see what Jess is talking about. I agree what she's talking about. I mean, I understand what the guys are talking about. You don't have to be with them. Go on about your business. That's God gives us free will and God gives us choices. And that's just what it boils down to. What do you believe about yourself? And the same ruler that you're holding up judging someone else, God uses that same ruler to judge you. So, but the Bible also says, judge a tree by the fruit. You know what I'm saying? So if and Jesus walked by a fig tree one day and it wasn't bearing any fruit, so he cursed it. The fig tree withered up and died. Um, So, what fruit are we bearing? What are we telling people about ourselves just by our actions? Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So, what's coming out of their mouth? What are they telling you? What are they telling you about their actions? And if it's not something that is agreeable or your spirit is not picking up on, go on about your business. God bless you and go on about your business. So, I mean, I think that, in my opinion, my humble opinion, that's kind of wrapped up the both arguments. I think you don't have to be with them. Go on about you. Somebody, God's got somebody else for you. Then if you talk about the secular world, chances are they were once a cheater, always a cheater. Once a 304, you'll always be a 304. And because God is not in your life, so I'll land there.
And that's secular thinking.
Right, but we're talking about biblical thinking. That because I
That's
believe
what I'm
that's
saying.
where we
Christians
are. But
like that.
secular, no, secular. There's no change in secular. I don't think, because why should they want to change?
That's what I'm saying, Meerkat. The idea that nobody could change, nobody could turn over a new leaf, I believe is secular thinking. So how can you say I'm walking by Christ-like values, I'm walking by faith, not by sight, and also be having a secular mindset that people are their past? Because
Right.
you're not.
Nobody said.
Yeah, nobody actually
Again.
said.
Nobody said that.
Yeah.
Y'all did. Yes, y'all did. Because Beyonder
No.
just said that you still have consequences of your past. So in
Okay.
the present, she
Yes, you
still
have
has to make
consequences.
amends for something she did 2 years ago. That is you bringing her past into the present.
No, but
She has consequences of her past.
They
Her
only
she
know
could
what you tell them. A
once
person,
again, you could be fully opposite of what you once were. That does not mean that I have to deal with you.
right? That's your right.
You,
That is your
it's
right to
my
do
that,
that.
and that's not secular as well. People take people's past into consideration all the time, and it's not secular, right? You could be a completely different person, right? But if I know that you have a notorious history of stealing, the probability of me inviting you to my house is very, very slim,
Probably.
because I don't want you to steal nothing from me. You, again, you could be 100% a completely different person. You have never stolen in the past couple of years, right? You've done your time. You have no interest in stealing ever again, right? That could very much be true. But once again, I don't know that.
That's
I don't know what type of works you put in to actually change that behavior. So all I know is that that's what you did, right? So if I take that into consideration, I can't have you around my house knowing that that's the type of behavior that you exhibited before. I have to take that into consideration. Same thing with a pedophile. I don't know if I can say that on YouTube, can I?
PDF.
Same thing with a PDF. You can you it could have been 15 years ago. You ain't never touched a kid past 15. Past 15 years ago, right? I'm still not
Right.
letting you around my son. I'm still not
Right.
letting you around my daughter.
Yeah, that's a behavior that's
You
worse.
may have already repented for those things. 100%. And God bless you. You still not being around my kids.
You're not going to babysit my grandkids.
I'm not paying you to babysit my kids because
Right.
you're a registered sex offender. What are we talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I listen.
Unfortunately, there's no registered 304s, so
Everything you said is correct. I have one example, right? I was talking to my friend about this the other day. We were talking about the arena. What's the girl's name? The Ukrainian girl. She got unalived on a bus in Charlotte.
subway train. Yeah, the
On the
subway.
train.
The guy stabbed her in the
It was in
neck.
Charlotte, about 3 hours away from where I live now. And that guy who did that had been in and out of jail 15 times.
Yeah.
And, had he been dealt with the first time, she
10
might
times
still be alive.
ago, she
But
would
they
probably
kept
still
giving
be alive.
chances of chances, and they never took care of the situation. Now she's gone because they just kept letting the person out of jail. My point is this, right? There are consequences that happen of our actions, whether we do it to ourselves or whatever. And each sin that we do, each thing we do has different gravity to it. Not everything is the same gravity wise, but he should have been in jail the first time, and he shouldn't even have been out
Yeah.
of jail the 15th time that she got stabbed, literally unalived in broad daylight.
Yeah, people
And so
sitting there and didn't even help her.
yeah, that's my thing. Is like I want results. Okay, we can give chances, but like at what cost? We have to still
You
take
have to
care of
weigh the
ourselves.
cost. Weigh
But
the
he
Yeah,
didn't
cost.
pay for
way to
anything
cost.
though.
That's
Yeah,
the type
He
of
didn't
risk you
pay
take with
for
your kin.
anything
You
though.
don't take that with random people.
This person has paid for it. Well, actually, you don't know, and that's the point that I keep hearing people say
I don't know
is
what.
you could have been different. She could have been changed, but I don't know because I'm not gonna give her a chance. So the logic people are saying about, well, she could have turned over a new leaf, and maybe that could have been evolution that I can take into account. You will never know. And that's to me very double-minded. Because how can in one space you
No.
say this evolution can exist where I can see that she, like Beyonce said, there's fruits in her lifestyle, or KJ said, if we met at a different time and I can see that you're an evolved person. How can we say these things, but then in the front of it say, well, I'm not going to be able to investigate nothing. I'm gonna be curious about nothing, right? Because the second you tell me you
I
used to
got
do
first
that,
world problems. I'm not
I'm not
investigating a
going
different
to
human
At
being.
the end of the
so then
day, I
so
have
then
free
let's stop
will.
thinking.
What do I look like? Olivia Benson? Why am
So
I
then let's
investigating another
stop
person?
again because we have to do that
Hey,
regardless,
Chris,
KJ.
I'll
When
see you
somebody
Thursday.
says they're a Christian, when somebody says they're a Christian, you don't know what that means to them until you see them in their lifestyle. When somebody says I'm a judge, you don't know what that means until you see that they have zero time for you. You have to see the application of people's words regardless in dating. And so I don't understand how people can make a connection between, yeah, if I saw this change in her lifestyle, I might feel differently, but you would never see it because you're not going to give it a chance to see it. The same way if somebody had a past of getting cheated on, y'all would tell her, oh, well, every man not like that. You got to give people a chance to show you that they're not that guy. You would
And
you
if
would try to help them in that way.
wait. They don't have they could have the most prejudiced line of thinking about their opposite sex demographic. and they still don't have to give nobody a chance because it's
KJ,
their
we can't even see
life.
you. We're like talking to the wall and the ceiling.
I'm sorry.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. I done sat back and popped on the Xbox.
It's all
But
good. It's
yeah,
all good.
yeah,
I'm multitasking.
yeah, like I do. You'll be surprised. I'll be driving and talking to y'all. I'll be playing video games and talking to y'all. I'll be taking notes, talking to you, man. Listen, autism works. It's a wonderful thing. But well, yeah, like I could know what was I saying? Oh yeah, you could have the most prejudiced line of thinking. You could have the most generalized position on the opposite sex, and that would still be your prerogative to take that into consideration when finding another partner. Is that smart to do? Pretty sure everybody and their mama would say no. No, you can't go, you can't take an overgeneralization or an absolute statement, an unverified absolute statement about a particular demographic and just be like, oh, I'm not gonna mess with them because this is what the absolute is. But when we're talking about the specific character traits that a person once had before, right? And they have been notorious in having and exemplifying this specific character trait. I have to make a decision in whether or not that's something that I want to deal with long term. And I don't have to. Granted, I would be a whole lot more smarter with how I verify my information. I'm not going off of generalizations. But if I can see that the best that you can give me is a year that you've quote unquote changed this behavior, people don't change in a year. Let's just keep it a buck 50. The probability of a man or a woman changing in the span of a year and just doing a complete 180 on what they used to do is very unlikely. You know it, I know it, everybody fifth knows it.
Let me ask my question to Jess because I'm about to end this. All right. So, because this is gonna keep going, but I'm gonna ask this.
Really?
Once given the choice or having the choice, we have to be honest with ourselves. Jess, we have two men. They have everything you want: the money, the height, the faith, everything. That way, I could just expedite this scenario before we get into, well, what is he? No, let's expedite this. He has everything you want. One has the pass that you. One has the one has the pass of having, the whole part, whatever, right? He has the promiscuous pass, a very promiscuous pass. But they have everything you want. Out of the two of them, who you choosing?
So one of them has the whole pass, one of them doesn't. Yeah, I would say the one with the whole pass, honestly. And the reason why I would say that is I don't trust somebody who's never been through nothing. So this man B is so perfect, has no stain on his record, has no checker pass. God has never healed him from nothing. I'm not about to be collateral damage to your sudden evolution, right? This sudden downfall in your faith. I would actually trust a faith that has been tested. So yeah, a man who has a 304 past, a man who's had a corn addiction, a man who has idolized people and God has saved him from that, that's a person that I'd want leading me more than a man who never had to struggle through nothing because he never been through nothing. Absolutely not.
Just, we have two vehicles.
Oh my gosh, this again.
What's your favorite car?
Mercedes G-Wagon.
We got two Mercedes G-Wagons.
She is bougie.
Yeah.
They got everything you want. One of them has 100,000 miles on it. Which one you buying?
People are not cars, Fifth.
Which one you buying?
And the other one has 0?
Fresh off the lot.
Yeah, the fresh off the lot ones are bigger. What's it called? A depreciation. Yeah. So I would probably say the 100,000 one. Because you should never. I would always buy a used car, right? When I have the money to buy my Mercedes G wagon, it will be used. It will. It
How?
will not
Hold on,
be
bro.
new.
How?
And I love how I'm so consistent in any of these scenarios that you're trying to trap me with. You're trying to hem me up. For the people in the comments saying I'm riding for the 304s, you wish somebody would have rolled for you when you was down and destitute. You wish somebody would have intervened on your behalf because they saw something in you and would have advocated for you. How can you call yourself a leader and you're not a community advocate? Get out of here. I'm tired of people getting a label of leader, head, and are just a bunch of followers. So if the women gotta be the leaders because they have the better idea of treating people with how they're supposed to be treated and how God wants us to treat people, then so be it. So be it.
KJ, don't take the bait.
I'm not. I'm
Yeah,
not.
don't take the bait.
It's not bait.
Anyway, just I would say I don't believe you, but I believe whatever you don't know is probably better. And then if you just find out that was his past, it is what it is. But in a perfect world, maybe not in Jess's world, but in a perfect world, when given options and choices, women are going to pick the pick that makes the most sense.
So did I.
No, you picked the man who had a crazy body count over the man who doesn't, which speaks to maybe so a lot of the women logic to the point that the fellas made earlier when the show started, and that still goes undefeated. I like to say, KJ, because we definitely know the difference between men and women, right? Well, not all women, but women, is that women value sexual experience over men who don't, but men, we value women with the least amount of sexual experience than the 304s.
Because of programming.
No,
And it is programming, and it's not Christian programming.
It's biology too. It's biology too, right, KJ?
How?
It is.
It is.
Show me, prove it.
Okay. So one organ changes due to massive physical trauma. Another organ is an outie and not an innie.
Okay.
So the innie will change due to the amount of things that went inside that bag. That bag is not going to be the same that it was before all those things got in that bag.
Do you really think if a baby comes out of a body, a couple of peen-peens are going to change the elasticity? And not just her hormones and her collagen? You really think a bunch of peen-peens is going to change that when her body can snap back from a baby, a 9-pound baby? That is such a misogynistic talking point.
Do babies come out the womb or go in the womb?
They come out of it.
Okay.
It still has to stretch.
So we're talking about an exit, right? So if it's exiting out, because two science projects exist. You have the science project of the baby of the woman who could have 5 kids, right? And she's been with one man, right? Versus the woman who's been with multiple men and got the same amount of kids. So when we talk about the whole snapback thing, yes, we know it'll snap back as far as it'll go back to being a VAG again, yeah. But as far as it going back to what it was before she was pre-virgin, We can't be disingenuous here. Or one body.
How is that disingenuous? That it's a muscle. In the same way you can strengthen your pelvic floor, you can strengthen your muscle, whether you've had 10 people or 100, you can strengthen it. So I gave an example of how if a baby that is larger than a peen can come out of the same canal and the body can snap back because of the muscle, then why do y'all think that your schlong is doing any damage to her? Because I would think the external schlong can get hit in a door and you have more actual long-term damage to your external schlong than this very, very strong muscle that's inside of her body that regenerates itself. It cleans itself every month. It regenerates new cells. It has the mitochondria DNA. All of the DNA for your whole family is in her egg. It's one of the most powerful parts of the human body. And you think your peen, your 5-6 inches, is gonna ruin a God ordained organ like that? Crazy talk.
Jess, you do understand there's prolapse surgery, right?
I do.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
why does prolapse surgery exist?
Because people have not engaged their muscle. They want to tighten their muscle. And instead of doing the pelvic floor exercises that everybody else do over time, they do the surgery route. The same way somebody gets a gastric sleeve. Instead of going to the gym, you do the surgery route because you want a faster, I guess, result, right? But it's the same thing, right? You can do that naturally by pulsing your pelvic floor muscles.
Jess, there are, and I saw an interview about this. There are former porn stars who literally had to get prolapse surgery on their vajayjays because they took in too much peens.
Okay. And again, I never said the vag cannot expand and get like loose. I said it's a muscle that if you do not work, it will get loose.
I'm glad you said that. KJ.
Yeah, so you can work it, right?
Right. KJ, I think you understand the point that I'm making. When given choice, if the woman has everything that he wants out of the two, he is going to pick the one that makes the most sense. And we know for us men, the woman that makes the most sense is what?
A virgin.
Well, at least the woman with the lowest body count, because nobody on this panel is a virgin.
But y'all want to be virgin light, virgin adjacent.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I have a right to have that, to ask for that because I have a low body count. Matter of fact, I've only been with one woman sexually like that. Just one.
Yeah.
Might be two with this relationship that I'm in right now. Might, but one. One.
Well,
so,
yeah.
I feel like I got a right to have that expectation because the expectation applies to me as well. My body count is also low.
Didn't you just say I can't ask for a virgin because my body count ain't 0, but you only have one? How's that not the same thing?
I never said that I wanted a virgin. I never said that I wanted a virgin.
No, because KJ,
I just said I wanted shawty with a low body count. I just said that.
KJ, listen to what I just said.
The
man made a comment about men wanting virgins with no tattoos. You made a comment that said, I can't even ask for that because I know I ain't a virgin. But you just told us that you only have one body. How are those not comparable things in your head?
Because I'm not asking for a virgin.
KJ,
but also for somebody that, because I have a low body count, I think it's fair that I would want a woman who also has a low body count.
Who could also be a virgin because you only have one body. There's literally only one. She can only go up one.
If she's a virgin, great. If she isn't, but her body count is low, great.
He's being realistic. He's being realistic at the time that he's in. Just like me as a 39-year-old man who doesn't have any kids. My dating pool, if I want to stay with a woman who's my age, the chances are by that age, women have already had kids or probably on their second husband.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're talking about, and then I'm gonna end it. I'm sorry, y'all. What we're talking about is the things that you do are going to affect the pool that you're still going to pick from. That pool changes. A woman who's had 5 baby daddies is not the same as the woman who has 0 baby daddies at the same age. Does that mean that the woman with 5 baby daddies can't get a husband? She can get a husband, but if she didn't have any baby daddies, her chances of the list of what she could choose from in terms of husbands is a different pool from the other one. That's all we're saying. The woman who was a 304, yes, she can get somebody. Obviously, she's a 304, so she know how to get D. But what we're talking about in terms of the ring finger, what we're saying is the men who want to marry that is a certain number from the men who don't want to marry that. We're not saying she can't. Kim Kardashian is, I know it's an extreme. We know, we've seen publicly that woman get married every time we turn around. But the point that we're making is the things that you do, yes, forgiven by God. We understand that. But I don't recall Mary Magdalene getting a husband right after Jesus told her to sin no more.
That was
yeah. So what I'm saying is that what you do in the past, yes, can follow in your present. And Jess, you know that there are things that are more simple than being an ex whatever that disqualify men. There are men who get disqualified because they're not tall enough, because they don't have enough money. But you know what we don't do? We don't say to those Christian women that they are that they're not real believers,
yes,
because they're not getting with a man who's not taller than them, who doesn't have more money than them, who doesn't have blah 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 more than them. We don't tell those Christian women that they're not real believers. You know what we say? Oh, those are just preferences. But a man, oh no, that ain't no preference. Your relationship with God ain't good enough. Come on, Jess. Come on, you gotta acknowledge that's the narrative.
Again, I just said there's a ton of people who go by the label of Christian and they don't live it in their lifestyle. Have I ever said that though? So stop talking to me about other people, because I'm talking to you about the lifestyle we should lead as Christians. And I have told Christian women that you should not be looking at the outer appearance because God looks at the heart. I have said that to them. I'm writing a whole workbook about that. So again, you're not talking to a woman who has double standards. I got equal smoke for everybody. If you're going to be hypocritical, I'm going to call it out, whether you're a man or a woman. And for some reason, I seem to always be public enemy number one when I don't make anything up. Like I'm exposing the hypocrisy of people. But I mean, shoot, even Jesus had to leave his own neighborhood because they didn't believe him. Their unbelief was incredible. And he said, I can't do nothing here. So I have just come to the conclusion that my POV is so countercultural that people are going to fight even the truth in their face.
Jess, we're not saying that. And nice try. But
you
Jess,
are.
No, nice try. Nice try. I heard what you did there. And I know what you said earlier. Yes, you've said yourself that you have made concessions for certain people. I understand that. You've said that. But with the same mouth, you've still critiqued what should be and what typically happens. What I'm saying is this, is that the narrative, we understand the narrative, but we have to do this. At the end of the day, it's whether it's a woman or whether it's a man, it's preference. Me personally, this is just me personally, fifth, right? strong in your faith, because at the end of the day, that's between you and the Lord. I can't judge that. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, that's still a preference. If you're a man, believer, female, and you are with a man, and you don't want to get with a man who has A, B, C, that's your right. That's not for me to talk about your relationship and how good it is with the father. That's not for me to say. Right? There's a lot of things that have nothing to do with us. We understand that. But I personally don't think I would have an issue with some, or able to judge somebody's walk based off what they're willing to accept as a husband or a wife. What I spoke to was a narrative. I'm not saying that you hold yourself to the narrative that for women it's a preference, for men it's this. But what I'm saying is that is the narrative. And what I'm saying is men and women, whether it's secular or non-secular, right? There are men out there who are going to pick the option that makes the most sense when having a choice. To speak to Meerkat's point about a woman who's been truly delivered and God actually bringing, let me tell you how God works in that particular way, right? There have been many men who are pastors right now who had a 304 pass, right? Right? I even knew of some. They was pimps, players, whatever they was back in the day. The wife they got now wasn't what the women that they ran into back in the day. Cool. But God did a work on them that was so strong to put them in a position where they could get a woman of the women that they have now. Guess what? If they wasn't that, then God wouldn't have blessed them with that, because he is not going to give his ultimate prized possession to somebody who does not align with it. So we're not saying that the woman who can't get this, all we're saying is that the pool changes. It changes. Meerkat, I'm sure you can agree with that. The pool is going to be different.
It is.
Not saying they can't get anything, but we know that the pool is going to be different. Me as a 39-year-old man, if I'm going to stay with my age range, my pool, I can still ask for a woman who doesn't have kids.
Right.
I can still ask for a woman who's never been married. You know why? Because I've never had kids and I've never been married. But guess what? The older I get, and if I want to stay with my age range, I have to be realistic. There are women more likely, and it happens in my everyday life, that are even younger than me too. They already have kids already.
Yeah.
So two things. I'm either going to stick with the pool that's a little smaller of the women who don't have kids, or accept the reality that I got to get with a woman who has a child already.
But those are preferences. She can't prefer to not have a 304 pass anymore. It's done. And all these things, I having children is done. That's done. It's something in the present, right? Her having a 304 pass is something that she can evolve away from. So those are not the same things. You choosing to be with a woman who doesn't have kids is a preference. And again, yes, that will change your number, but it's not this unequivocal, unattainable thing because of something you can't escape. You can't escape it. You're just choosing to do what you feel is more comfortable. And I don't think that has anything wrong with that, because you know yourself, but all in all, it's elective. I'm saying this woman has a 304 pass that she can't elect out of. It's done. So what are you, as a person who is meeting her in this new life, going to do about that? And I do find the level of rigidity that men have shows why women are divorcing men at such high rates. And it shows this. So when that sociologist was talking about when women actually prefer non-marital relationships, I think it was Michael Rosenfield, and he talked about women initiating divorces more. At the end, he has this quote that said women actually have higher relationship satisfaction comparable to men in non-marital relationships. It's when they get into the marriage dynamic that they're having less and less relationship satisfaction. And he said it's the configuration of marriage and the expectations that are the reason why women are rejecting it. So to me, this is just a microcosm of the level of rigidity that women are experiencing in their day-to-day life with men. Because how we can be flexible in one area and not flexible in the other, I think is a problem for all people, not just men, for all people. Because a woman going after a man because he 5'4" or 5'7", he can't do nothing about that. They don't say nothing about his personality or how good of a man he's going to be to you. So you want somebody to take on your 3 or 4 pass, but he can't be 5'10". Again, both of that stuff is hypocritical. And so I'm going against all of it, male, female, all of it. We need to be actually more generous with people because we want generosity from God, and also from others. We don't want to be held to the standard that we had in our neighborhood 15 years ago because we're not those people. We want to be able to turn over a new leaf and be different and sing a new tune, So this is why I just can't rock with this kind of mentality. I can't.
Can I ask a question? How detailed should you even go into your past if you're not even asked about it? Should you just say, okay, I'm gonna lay my whole past out here on the table. I got a whole resume, or do you just don't volunteer that information uh, unless you're asked about it? I mean, so what is it? I mean, and how soon in a relationship should you even be doing that? Should it be on the first or second date? You sit down and have like a job interview, for that person you're considered dating, or just I mean, what's the correct protocol, I guess, if you want to call it that?
I don't necessarily think there's a correct way to do it. I do think there's better and worse.
Right.
I think it's better to be transparent. So if somebody's talking about the vision of my life, I see this, and you know that your past directly infringes upon that, I think that's an opportunity God is giving you to be transparent.
Right.
Or if you know you have Muslim people in your family or a GAY cousin, and you know they're about to have a very public Christ-like persona online, I think that would be important to say, hey, my family is going to be mixed. So when you marry me, we're going to be a part of this mixed group where the gay cousin coming to the coronation or whatever. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So do I think a person has to bare their chest the first day to say, oh, I hope this person chooses me? No, because I do think that's the wrong mentality to have. I do think that you should find an opportunity to be transparent at some point because you're having deep conversations about your values. But also I do think when a person isn't acting in shame, they can show how God has delivered them from that thing. And I often get excited about talking about my past because I can see how God has been working with me. And that testimony to me excites me to share with other people. If somebody is hiding their past, I think that's still them living in shame about it. And they're not mature enough to converse about
They're
it.
not healed from it. Right.
They're not healed from it, which again was to my earlier statement. That is when the past is still the present.
Right. When you're still walking in it. Right.
Right. But me, I can tell you everything I've done because I ain't got no shame about it. And I can show you how God has delivered me.
Right.
So, yeah, like I just don't get it because I'm not living in shame and hiding like other people.
And that could possibly be it. And maybe you've not been on the wrong side of meeting somebody who didn't appear to be one way, but later on it came out that they were another way. And they just were really good at hiding it. And that's what I think people are afraid of. And I think that's why it's when you know something about a person and you make a choice not to pursue them or not be pursued by them, I think is a wise decision until you truly know that things have changed.
And just be their brother and sister in Christ. If it's that big of a deal, like just be in their orbit, so you can just be able to see, okay, like they say they're doing different things, but how can I tell before you start risking yourself, right? And again, I don't see how you're risking anything by getting to know somebody, right? So that
Right.
language, I think, is kind of extreme. But just be their brother and sister in Christ and just observe them, if you want
Yeah.
to make sure you're making the best decision.
Right.
But that situation you said, Meerkat, I was dating a guy who I thought was hetero, and 3 months later, he told me he was doing butt stuff.
Oh
He
Lord.
had done
Yeah.
butt stuff. And that could have been an opportunity for me to jump ship. But in my head, I'm like, he one is talking to me about this because again, we were having a conversation about our life and
He
what
felt
marriage
safe with you.
and what marriage will look like. So he found an opportunity to be transparent with me. And he was like, hey, this is what I used to do. It came from a past where I was abused and all this stuff like that. And
Yeah.
God has saved me from that. And I
Yeah.
just want to let you know this because other people have judged me for it in the past. And I'm like, how could I judge you when you're talking to me about God delivering you? If anything, we should be on the mountaintops talking about the power of reformation.
Well, I've heard that scenario why some people are walking in that lifestyle because of the uh, girls who are they believe they're lesbian and but they were essayed by their dads or by their uncle, by their grandpa when they were young. They were a young child, and those feelings are there. They don't understand them. They don't like it, but they can't get away from it because God hasn't delivered them from the shame and the guilt that was put on them by these truly evil people. And that's something they've got to go get delivered from, and it's a process. It's not I mean, I believe God immediately delivered me from cigarette smoking. I mean, when I hit the altar, I come up and I did not smoke. I smoked one cigarette after that. It was at my daughter's dad's funeral. But I had noticed the desire to smoke was gone. It was gone. I'm literally gone.
Thank God.
And I'll, but and I, that's all I can testify to because I mean, I went to the altar one way and I came out another way, and I didn't go back.
I love that.
Um, so that's the power of God. I've seen, God do miracles in people's lives that it was just like it just left you speechless.
And who don't want to witness a miracle?
I don't know.
I
I
want
would
to witness
say
a
very
miracle.
few people.
Yeah, but
But I
I
mean,
think
I understand about marriage, considering a marriage partner and stuff like that. I mean, I see KJ's point. Age matures you. Age teaches you things as you age and get older. If you have not met that person, and that may not be the person for you. If you have a hard time with their past, then go. Yeah, that's go. Spare them that getting attached, and you're going to crush their heart. So, I think the quicker transparency happens, or you just happen along the way, and if you don't make it a big deal, sometimes it's not a big deal. It's like, oh my God, it's like no,
Mhm.
just casually have a conversation. I'm feeling this way about you, and I feel like I just want to share some things about my life, and what you decide to do, that I'm totally fine with. I totally understand. That's a show of maturity and healing, and they have the option to stay or go, and God bless them, whatever they decide.
Because we're not even obligated to follow God. So why would anybody talk about obligated to date and marry a 3 or 4? That's not
Right.
even the language anybody said.
yeah,
This
but
is
Right.
all about choice.
the
Yeah.
point was I think the point that was how come it just being a preference wasn't just stated from the beginning. So what happened was when Beyonda and KJ were up here at the same time talking, I guess the whole point was this. If there's going to be nuance, it should be on both sides. If there's going to be nuance, if there's going to be grace, it should be on both sides. If there's going to be preferences and not ridiculed and judged for it, then it should be on both sides. I think the point
Right.
was. I think the point was is this, and at some point, some of us got kids already, or we will at some point, right? What
Yeah.
it is that the decisions that you made for yourself, you're gonna want your kids to actually be the better versions of you.
Right.
So if you was Meerkat, you said you got delivered from cigarettes. Thank God. I'm pretty sure at some point you told your kids, stay away from cigarettes. Because you don't want to end up like me, right?
Well, I smoked around them and they didn't like it, so I think my daughter smoked for a very short time when she was out of high school. So, but I don't even think it was that long if she even did it all. She got her tongue pierced, and I mean, I told her she couldn't do anything like that till she was 18.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and but when she did, she said it hurt, and I said, well, I hope it hurts really bad.
Right.
And
So,
it, you know,
so
it
she
ended
could deal
up
with the consequence. Yeah.
it ended up coming out, and she didn't put it back in. You know, it's
Yeah.
like you got to pick your battles anyway.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, we want our offspring, family members, whatever, to not go through what we went through.
Exactly.
And also, just for my analogy about the man having the long list of bodies versus the man who doesn't have the bodies. He could have had a mother or a father who taught him, young son, I don't want you to be like me because I was a ladies' man. I was a Mac from way back. So I don't want you to have the same amount of bodies I had. And that man could be a really good, well-to-do leader that you assume he probably not going to be, or challenges because he's had a father, or at least somebody in his life, who told him, you should not be like me. That's cool if you disqualify him, but guess what? That man is actually more marketable than the other guy to a woman who is right there aligned with him. Because I'm telling you right now, I've met women who have told me if they had to choose between me and a man with 10 kids, they said they picking me.
That's not
Well,
the same
yeah,
thing. That's literally not the same thing. And you told me they were the same man. So one man cannot have a better family dynamic than the other man because they're the same man.
No, you inferred that the man with the whole past hasn't really been challenged and he ain't been delivered from something.
I never said that.
You know,
You
this is
said the one without the 304? Because that's what I said. The one without the 304, you don't know if his faith has been tested. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, you
That's what
you
she
said
something
that's
like
what
that,
you
yeah.
you said
Yeah,
that the man
without
who
the 304.
wasn't. Yeah, you said, but that's the 304 may be the thing that that may have not been that, but it could have been something else that he'd been challenged in life. And what I'm saying is that you got to look at it this way. Yes, he had that, and yes, this one had that. And no, we can't judge them the same. But guess what? The man who has had that, if a woman says, you know what, not for me. If he's a mature man, he's going to understand, you know what, that makes sense. Because I know everybody's not going to join this party. We understand that. And that's what I was saying about the men. The men know, and it's beyond just the 304 thing. You mentioned all these other things. And what we're saying is there isn't such thing as your past following you. We know it with employment. We know it with other things. There isn't such thing. But what we're saying, if given the choice and the options that they were put in front of you, people are going to make the option that makes the best of. Well, we know you choosing the ex Tupac thug who probably had a stable of ladies over the guy who didn't. We understand that. You have a lot of grace. Thank God. Guess what, Jessica? You know what that means? That means that your pool.
And I'm better than y'all.
Well, no, I don't mean that. I'm gonna tell you what it means. You know what I mean? I'm gonna tell you what that means. I'm gonna tell you what it means. What it means is that your pool is a huge pool.
It's not, because I'm looking for an abstinent man. Do you think those renegade thugs, those ex-thugs, are abstinent? No.
Abstinent man after he's already had. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Why not?
Okay.
He's a new creature.
So you want an abstinent man? Don't you think your chances are better with an abstinent man who hasn't had a grocery shopping list of women?
Hadn't been to college, has a college degree and experience.
I actually think like the pastor's kids are the ones who have crazy, sexual experiences, and then they come back into the fold later after their college
Look at
life.
you.
So
Look at just overgeneralizing already.
I know, right? That didn't take long.
Take a wild guess at what you think I am, Jess.
a PK, I'm sure.
Yeah. But
Okay,
my body count
so
is one, right? My
Are
body
you
count
a
is one.
PK?
and you just said that
Yes,
you
I am.
disqualified
Oh,
yourself
okay.
in the
I'm a
version.
DK.
A deacon kid?
Deacon's kid, yeah.
Oh, I love
Well,
that.
I'm a GK.
What's that?
God's
I'm
kid.
the grandkid of the pastors.
Oh, well, there you go. It's still in your family. It's in your DNA.
Yeah, but we know the church drummer is kind of crazy. We know the PK kids are often
They're watched closely by the church.
yeah, they're put into a box a lot of times and they just start
Right.
to rebel. And again, that's not everybody's experience. I'm not saying that's everybody's experience. I was bringing up an example of how somebody could look good on paper and yet they be going through something in their real life behind closed doors, right? How like Sarah Jakes Roberts, she was pregnant at 14, and I never ever knew that looking at how she looks now. Right on the stage, Potter's house, got the husband, got all the kids, very perfect life, and I never knew she was a teen mom. So what I'm saying is that you just never know people have gone through. So I do believe that when we try to judge people based on appearances or how something initially hits us, I do think we're not living by that God spirit in us. I do think we're living by culture standards of how you initially feel about something or how it looks to other people, but if God cared about how things would look to other people, David would not have been the king.
I mean, if the show was about that particularly, you got that one. I ain't even gonna argue that. But I guess the whole point was, does your past affect your present? Your past versus your present. But if the entire episode was about attacking the ways that we go about dating in terms of the kingdom, that's another topic. I understand that, because then I would say that there's a lot of men, there's a lot of men and women who have already missed out on their wife and their wife or their husband already. They missed it out. Their husband, they probably met them in high school. Because like I heard a lot of women say, well, where all the good men go? And then we say, okay, well, let's talk about these good men you talk about, right? This is probably for another show, but I'm gonna do this on the way out to kind of make a point, right? Because me and my brother was talking about the movie Hitch, right? Earlier today. And what we're saying is that there's a lot of women who've missed their husband already. Missed it. Because he didn't come in the so-called package that he was supposed to come in, right? They missed it already. Gone.
How can you say
right?
that?
Yeah, I'm saying it right now. That's how I can say it.
There's a lot of truth in Jessica. There's a lot of truth in what he's saying.
But there's not just one person we can be married to. That's not true.
No,
but sometimes they come back to them years later, 20 years later, they'll run into each other
8
again.
billion people on this world. We only have one soulmate, one person we could be in a committed, healthy marriage to.
I'm not talking about soulmates, because once again, I don't believe in absolutes. You know that about me on this show.
That's what I'm saying. So what do you mean miss their opportunity? They just missed that guy.
Yes, they miss that guy, and then they miss another guy, and then they miss another guy because they're trying to get the guy that they want to make their husband. But the man who actually could be their husband, they have missed. I'm saying that's possible. So then you know what happens? They go looking for that when they get older. So they didn't get it at 25. They didn't get it at 35. They didn't get it at 45. Not at 55. They're like, wait, what happened? Well, let me tell you what happened. Do you remember Johnny when you was 25? Yeah, I remember him. I put him in the friend zone. Cool. Do you remember Tommy at 35? Oh yeah, I remember him. I put him in the friend zone. Do you remember Carl at 45? Yeah, I met him. I put him in the friend zone.
Okay,
that happens.
Okay, but just because they're good guys doesn't mean they're her guys.
Guess what? I still didn't say good guys.
Again,
Jess, I'm catching you.
again, Fitz, you're saying that they could have been her husbands. Why would she not want a good guy?
No, this is what I'm saying. They don't come. We're talking about the man who would have loved your dirty drawers at the side of the tub, and sweaty socks. I mean, love you till you probably got diarrhea one day, but he's like, that's still my woman.
You don't know that though.
That man who could have loved. Guess what? We both don't know that.
So how can you say that she missed those opportunities with those men? You don't know who they would have been.
Because what happens is the woman at times. I'm gonna get to the men. Don't worry. I know you want me to get to the men.
No, I'm just saying this logic is faulty. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the logic is faulty, and guess what? A lot of women are living by that faulty logic.
Or this logic is why, is faulty. This is
why the movie Hitch exists. The movie Hitch exists because that is a microcosm of today's dating world. So in that movie, he has a very important line when he's talking about Allegra Cole. Thank you, my brother. Now I'm actually remember everything. When Allegra Cole gets with Albert Brenneman, who's seen the movie Hitch?
I've seen it.
I thought it was with Will Smith.
Will Smith.
Will Smith.
Yes. Check this out. Albert, there's a line in the movie where Allegra Cole is upset with Hitch because things kind of go haywire between Allegra and Albert. When Hitch sees her to fix a situation.
Hitch is the superhero movie that Will Smith did, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, right. So here's what happens, right? She said to him, would you have noticed Albert if it wasn't for the things I kind of pushed him to do? He said, yeah, well, maybe. Okay, no, she finally admitted. So when Albert went to Hitch, because he was the date doctor, right? Quote unquote date doctor. There are things that he had Albert do. Now, Albert still was himself, and she liked the things that he was when he was himself. But it was that bolt of confidence that he had to get from Hitch to go ahead and get that woman. Allegra was a rich woman, right? Wealthy woman, because she inherited her father's business, right? And Albert worked on the board. He wasn't broke, obviously, but he worked on the board. He just wasn't as rich as her. There's a scene prior to that where a man uses Hitch for the wrong reasons to just get women to clap cheeks with. And once that found out, he said, well, I refused to work with him because he lied. He was disingenuous. He said that he wanted to meet his wife. So one of the women got upset with Hitch once they found out he was a date doctor. Even Mendez's character said, where do you get off tricking women? He cut her off and he said to trick women to going out of their way so that they can meet great guys like Albert Brenneman. Yes, I was long-winded to get to that point, but here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there are many women that need that Hitch treatment so that they can meet that man that they could have married. And a lot of women have missed their Albert Brennemans because he wasn't tall enough, because he didn't have enough money, because he didn't have whatever. So they try to find that the older they get. And then when they get to a certain age, they can't find that. It's the man's fault. It's just the men. The men are the problem. Not her, but the men are the problem. That's all I'm saying.
They usually are the problem.
Oh Lord! All right.
It's priority. It's your list of priorities too. What is priority at ages changes over time. What you used to be bothered by, you're no longer bothered by, and which you were not bothered by, you are super bothered by as you get older. So I mean, your priorities change. I can tell you from experience.
For my brother who's listening to the stream, I'm sorry I tried.
That long-winded way of saying she gotta get tricked. You can't tell her the truth. Women don't want the truth.
You can't handle the truth. You can't handle the truth.
Hey, guess what? I will admit something as a man, right? I may have missed out on a woman I was supposed to marry.
you say that, Fifth?
Or could have married.
Or could have married, or could have chosen. Yeah, that's very possible. That's very possible.
But it doesn't
Anything's
mean
possible. You're
would
right.
have.
It's possible.
Right.
No, right. What I'm saying is, but me personally, I believe that women have friend zoned or rejected a man that was supposed to, who more likely probably would have wanted to marry them. That's all I'm saying.
But would he have been good in marriage though? Like we have to take in all those factors.
We don't know.
Exactly. Because
Just,
he probably
just
wasn't
like
good enough.
just like I may have missed it too. And guess what? Jess?
Mm-hmm.
I'm dealing with the aftermath now because I'm 39 and I don't have a family.
It's tough.
You do have a family, Phil. You don't have a family.
No, but that doesn't mean that I'm hurting or I'm angry or I'm upset. I'm just saying that I'm not gonna now say it's the women's fault to why I haven't gotten a wife.
You don't have a sibling?
That's all I'm saying.
You don't have like family that are friends that are family?
I'm talking about a family that I create, wife and
Oh,
kids. I'm talking
wife
about
and
that
kids,
family.
that family.
But,
Yeah.
we have,
family.
but language is powerful. We have families, even if we are child free. You are not alone in this world, isolated from people.
No, I know that. I come from a tight knit family.
So I'm like, saying I don't have a family. That's not
No. I mean wife and kids.
I know. That's what people mean when they say that. But
Yeah.
I'm like, why do we say that when we have more family outside of the ones that we have created? I think that language is so almost dehumanizing.
So what would be a better word? What would be a better term, Jessica?
Because I don't have my own biological children. I would just say that, but don't say
A
I have no
husband,
family.
a husband or a wife. Yeah.
Because even if you just had a husband, I'm gonna say I have a family because my husband is my family. You know,
Jess, the audience is smarter than that. They know what I meant.
Again, I knew what you meant as well, but I'm telling you the language, the subtext of it is I'm here by myself. I'm different than everybody else, but we have family. We are a part of a unit. We do have a language and a shared experience with a subset group of people that's different than other people. We do have a pod. We do. Like our pod doesn't just start when we have our biological children. We already have that pod.
Just that's understood.
He's
So
talking
just
about a legacy.
Right. So but staying in context, the audience is smarter than that. They know exactly what I mean because I mentioned wife. So I've been saying my whole thing has been wife, children. I don't have to now pick another word. But what I'm saying is that as a man, me, because I understand what people are tired of. I do not agree with men who have not found their wife saying that women are the problem. Obviously not all women are the problem.
Right.
If we're being general, men and women are both the problem, but we're not saying that all men are the problem or all women are the problem. But what I'm saying is if a man hasn't found his wife or if a woman hasn't gotten her husband, she can't just say, well, I ain't married because it's the men. No, you got something to do with it too. Just like I got something to do with not having a wife by now. Hey, Angie wasn't wrong. Although Angie said she had a preference, right? It is what it is. Angie said she made a point that made sense, but that's just what she chooses to date or not. But she's also 23, right? And so she's also 23. And so she talked about a man over a certain age not having kids, blah, 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 is a red flag, right? Okay, cool. That's fine. But obviously, me not having a wife is on me. It's on me. Just like if a woman was 39 and her not having a husband, that's on her. I'm not saying it's fault or a bad thing. We're just saying that, sometimes people don't leave the house. Right? There's that. So they can't meet nobody. Or you date and you have, as a man, you've had relationships, but you just never popped the question. You got a lot of girlfriends, but you've just never settled on one woman to marry. Some things are just you. Everything ain't everybody else. That's the point that I'm making.
And
It's a
sometimes you're
valid
single
point.
because you're not an idiot.
Say it again.
Sometimes you're single because you're not an idiot. So I feel like reframing is very important. Saying I missed out on X amount of years to have been married because I'm 40 is I'm 40 and I'm single because I'm not an idiot. I'm not in these degenerate relationships where they're cute on paper, but the fruit of their marriage is rotten. That's a blessing to not be in a loveless marriage because you rushed the process. Whose timeline are we on?
No,
I thought God existed above the timeline on Earth. The I think was it Chronos? Like,
but
doesn't God exist beyond that? God exists beyond culture and borders and language and money and heights and Instagram followers. Don't God exist beyond that? So whose timeline are we on? Whose yardstick are we using for how successful we've been in love or not?
yeah, but it's not. It's no.
It's when you're looking back and it's like, if if I don't have kids within a certain period, probably won't see my grandchildren because my age, I'm aging past that. That's in the back of some people's minds too when they're not married by a certain time or they don't have a wife or husband by a certain time. You want somebody to come home to. You want somebody to, you know, be intimate with, and your family can't fill that void. I don't care how much you love them and all that; they cannot take the place of a spouse.
God can.
God can, but physically or whatever. See, my little boy, his dad died when he was 7 months old. And so I wasn't interested in meeting anybody, but he really wanted a dad. And I said, well, Jesus is your dad. And he goes, I want one that I can touch. He understood that Jesus was who Jesus was, even at a young age. But he wanted a dad. He wanted a dad to play with him. He wanted a dad to teach him, and he wanted a dad that he could touch. That's what he said. I want a dad that I could touch, because his dad was gone. So
You know what else, Meerkat? Things don't replace things. Things are put in place for things. So what happens is that God is God, but God still said scripturally that He gave us pastors. Now, if God was, if God was, if everything was just, so if it was just we just talk to Him and that's it, then we wouldn't have. There's a lot of things that we wouldn't have or wouldn't be necessary.
right,
You know what I'm saying? So the
right,
thing is that yes, God, of course, but God also wants to enjoy while we're here the things that He put here. And
right,
so what I'm saying is this: if you don't want to get married, that's your choice. But if
right,
you're someone who always wanted to get married, because this is the point that I'm speaking to, if you're someone who always wanted to get married and always wanted to have kids, and you get to a certain point where you done got to a certain age, and then when it don't happen, the very people you blame is everyone else. That's where we have a problem. I'm not talking about the people who didn't want what they want, because Jess, I did not want to get married in my 20s. So I'm not up here saying, oh man, it's the women. No, it was me. I did not want to get married in my 20s. Right? And this is how powerful life and death is in the tongue, right? Because I said, nah, I'll wait till I'm in my 30s. I'm a year away from 40.
So you've only been doing this for 10 years.
There's power in your words.
Right. You're right. Thanks for saying that. So when you say for so long that you don't want marriage and kids to a certain age, then when you get that age, the ball is in your court, because you yourself have told God out of your mouth, even if you didn't pray it, but you spoke it, that you telling God something. And you basically said, I don't want to get married. God says, cool, I ain't giving you nothing. I ain't giving you no wife. You said you didn't want to get married in your 20s. Right?
Watch those
So then
vows
God,
that you make with your words.
right. So God wasn't going to send me no woman in my 20s to marry. You know what God did? I'll tell you what he did. He heard what I said, and the woman that he may have had for me, or the situation he may have put me in, I'm going to give that to somebody else. As he should, because I declared with my mouth that I didn't want to get married in my 20s. Now I get in my 30s. Okay, God, I want to get married now. I said that with my words, but God knows my heart. And I may have said with my words that I want to get married in my 30s, but God said, you ain't ready. Because you spent your whole entire 20s saying that you did not want to get married. So don't think because you just hit 30 that you married. We're going to work on you. And this is what I'm saying about people. People have to admit that when they say things and when they do things, that if it doesn't happen, it's not because everybody else is the problem. It can be you. That's all I'm saying.
And what if it's not a problem? That's what I'm also adding to the conversation.
Once again, if you do not want to get married, if you do not want to have kids, this message is not for you.
That wasn't what I was talking about. I'm talking about the people who would want the marriage and the kids. We frame it as it's a problem that I'm child free and single. And I'm saying we reframe it as I've wasted my 20s and 30s not being good enough. And so now I'm 40 and now I have a little bit of time. We reframe it as God saved me from getting into a marriage when I wasn't ready and being a divorcee at 40 years old. I have time now to do what I know I could have done. I'm saying you've only been here for 10 years. That's like saying a person who was 18, they decided at 18 that they want to be a spouse and they're 28 and they're saying, dang, I've run out of time. We would all look at them and say, you've only been doing this for 10 years. And so that's what I'm telling you. You're like that 18-year-old. When you finally decided, I think at what, I don't know, we say 32, 33, in your 30s.
You mean when I decided that I want to get married?
To get serious about it, not just that it'd be cute to have a wife, but to get serious about being a husband. What age was that?
30, because that's when I started dating intentionally, actively going out to date intentionally in my 30s.
It's only been 10
intentionally
years.
is what I mean. I dated, but yeah.
Years.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, you're the 18-year-old who tells people on these panels that I'm 28 and I've run out of time. You've only been doing this for 10 years. You're a baby. You're a baby. You're really not even a preteen yet.
But Jess, I think you heard me, but this is how I want you to take in the information. The point that I made before I told on me was I'm saying is that I said, yes, there are women who have missed out. There are men who have missed out. I said men and women. I get it. But if you didn't want to get married, okay, you didn't want to get married. Fine, right? But if you wanted to get married, for those who want to get married, and this is the grand example I had before, I'm telling them that their mouth will give them the results that they either want or don't want. So if you want to get married, do not do what I did and say, I don't want to get married until a certain age. Then when you get that age, because like I said, God knows. You say it with your mouth, but then God is like, you spent all these years not wanting. So now I have to break you. I have to work on you, right? I got to work on you before you can get to that point. If you're someone who always wanted to get married, always, right? You were 18 and you said, my goal, my dream, my purpose is to be a good husband and a good father to a good wife, good kids, right? If that's something, because that purpose is actually a good purpose. I don't know why people think that's not a purpose. If your purpose is wanting a family, I applaud that purpose, right? I do. But what I'm saying is, there have been situations where people get to a certain age and now, instead of them looking in the mirror, this is all I'm saying, Jess, instead of them looking in the mirror and taking accountability and taking accountability for the things that they have done and said to why they don't have it, they put it on everyone else. That's all I'm saying with my grand point.
I hear you. And I was just trying to offer a different perspective.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it. I get the perspective. So I guess the perspective is, can we not just say you missed out? Is that the perspective that you want us to stay away from? Just saying you missed out?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I said missed out, but then I also said that it's also choice. I think people choose, and I'm gonna just be honest with you. Yes, I did choose not to get married. I did. So it's possible that when God was trying to talk to me, when he was trying to talk to me in my 20s, I wasn't listening to him when it came to that part of my life because I already told him I didn't want to get married. So what happens is I basically disconnected from God speaking that to me, right? So it's possible, if I would have never said that out of my mouth, that there was someone. There was. But because I told God I don't want to get married in my 20s, he had to say, okay, cool, I'm going to go another direction. I'm going to give that to another child of mine. You still my child, but I'm going to respect your wishes, and I'm going to give that to another child of mine. So then when I get in my 30s, which I just turned 39 in April. What's going to happen is two things. When I was dating intentionally in my 30s, it's possible. I'm just saying it's possible because I've had relationships in my 30s, right? Intentionally. But it's possible that I may have missed out. And it could have been because of a couple of things. The woman that I didn't choose to marry, or there's women that I passed on because of something was going on with me and my shallowness and what I judge and stuff like that. That's possible.
Okay.
Just saying. Just saying. So for those at the sound of my voice, know that your words have power. You tell God you don't want something, you ain't gonna get it. Because you told him. Be careful what you tell God.
So, Fifth, you did say that God would have to refine you. Like you said, you wanted something, but you hadn't been like actively working on how to be good in that kind of relationship. So, like I know you made the declaration at 30 that you want to be married, but like, how long was this process? Do you feel like God was refining you to actually be able to contribute healthily to a relationship in your 30s?
He's still working on me.
Yeah, so that's what I thought you were gonna say.
Yet to be determined, huh?
Yeah, he's still working on me. You know why? Because I waver. I'm being very transparent here. I do a good job of not being transparent on my shows, by the way, which is very interesting. I ask everyone questions, and I don't even answer the questions I ask. So he's still working on me. And do you know I still waver on whether I still want that?
How come?
That sometimes you could go through, you could want something, you could execute something, and out of that your stuff comes out. You realize how imperfect you are when you're trying to pursue that. Mm-hmm. God has an interesting way of showing you who you are when you get in a relationship. Mm-hmm. Your perspective is who you think you are, but your results will tell you who you are. Mm-hmm. If you thought that you were some person who was slow to speak and quick to hear, that's what you think you are, When you get in a relationship, that will be exposed that is not what you think you are. When you think that you're some caring and sharing person, some sweet and kind person, some things will happen in a relationship that will show you was not all of that. You was a figment of that, right? But there's still some things that need to be worked on. Relationships are not so much about what you learn about someone else. They're what you learn about yourself. A relationship will hold up an ugly mirror to your face and say, you know what? You're not as emotional intelligent as you thought you were. You thought that because you were single and you wasn't with nobody, so you never had to be challenged in that way. You never had to be accountable for somebody in that way. Until you get in that relationship, and then you have to be accountable, and then you have to compromise healthy, and then you have to be someone who's dependable, and then you have to be that. Because on a friend level, that's not what you have to be per se, because that's platonic. But when you actually get into a relationship that you want to go to marriage, there will be so many things that will kick you in the face and tell you ain't as ready as you thought you were. That's what can happen. We spend a lot of time talking about what it is that we want and what we would get and what we expect from others. But you know what happens? Until you get in there for real. Then you get in there for real, and then you realizing that you were not as compromising. You were stuck in your ways. You were stubborn. You don't bend, you don't fold, and you have it as a flex, and then you realize when the relationship was over, man, I really was a jerk. But I didn't think I was, because I'm not a jerk to everyone else. But there are things that can happen in relationships that will expose you, right? But it's for the good, because what happens is now that is something that God probably been trying to tell you and show you, and you didn't see it, so he had to show you and tell you in a different way. He had to break apart all that so-called wisdom that you thought you had, because wisdom comes from him anyway, right?
Right.
And things that you were doing, you look at yourself. Everyone else is not the problem. It's yourself. I have lost friendships in my life and thought it was them. And then years later, I said, you know what? I might have been a little too opinionated. I might have been a little too brash. I might have been a little too much of a satellite type of friend. Right? Same thing with a relationship. You know what? I may have had an attitude. I may have been a little grumpy. I may have been, not the best communicator. These are things that when you're single, you're not challenged with, because it's not the same. Until you get in that relationship and then you realize that you have a job in that relationship to do your part. And if you are not doing that part, you have to pack it up. And you don't know that when you're single. You know what it is that you want to be. You know what it is that you want to do. But when you actually get into a relationship, that's when the real comes out. So as men and women, we got to stop blaming. We got to stop it. I'm sorry, y'all.
No, it's the truth. That's the truth. That is truth, Beth.
And can I say, I've never met an ugly April baby. You still look good even when you was hemming us up. I love that for you.
I'm leaving here with something.
I love that for you. Yum.
I mean, I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
Yummathy.
Let me go ahead and drop a bomb. But Jess was saying that. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you. And listen, I know I said I was going to end the show an hour ago, but maybe this needed to happen so that this could help someone. I have a thing about what we do and what I've been doing since I've been on the internet, and that is sometimes the unplanned moments every moment is a teachable moment to me, but sometimes the unplanned moments are the ones that live on forever.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna repost this on my Instagram.
And I didn't think to go into this conversation, but I'm being very transparent. I'm not doing the woe is me. Nobody should feel sorry for me. But what I'm saying is I want people to understand, and this is what I teach people in my everyday life, whether it's co-workers or friends, right? And I tell them, if you want something and you truly want it, speak for it. If you don't want something that you actually do want, do not speak it out your mouth because you could curse yourself. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And look,
but when you want something and you're looking for a spouse, be very, very, very specific as to how you want that person, what the type of person that you want. Because if you just say, I want a wife, and you're not specific, you may not get the one that's exactly right for you. It'll be a wife, but be specific in what traits you want, looks, whatever. It can be physical, spiritual, talent, hobbies. Be very, very specific. Height, weight, be very specific because you're attracted to certain things for a reason. So be specific in what your preferences are to God, because I don't know if I've said this before. There's a missionary in another country, and all he had was a chair and a room, and he couldn't go visit people. He needed a bicycle. He asked God for a bicycle. Well, he didn't get the bicycle, and he said, God, I asked you for a bicycle. Why? He said, well, what kind of bicycle do you want? You want a 3-wheel bicycle? You want a 2-wheel bicycle? I want to give you what you want, but you have to tell me what you want. And then he needed a desk so he could sit and study or whatever. And he asked God for a desk, and God said, well, what kind of desk do you want? You want 4 legs? You want 6 legs? You want a brown table? You want a white table? What kind do you want? Be specific with God. He already knows, but he wants you to know. And it's in the telling that you really learn what you really do want, or what's best for you. Because look, I'm telling you, it's matter. I've had a husband, and he wasn't the right husband. But you have to be specific with God. Be very specific. He's very specific with us. He's very specific in the Bible. He's simple, but he's very specific. So what do you want in a husband? What do you want? Do you want somebody that talks a lot? Do you want somebody that doesn't talk a lot? I mean, what kind of wife do you want? You want a quiet wife? You want a loud wife? Do you want a bold personality wife or a big emotion? I mean, we all have preferences. And if you want someone like your mother, speak the traits that are like your mother. Ask God to show you how he sees you. That's a very big one right there. God, show me what you see in me. How do you see me? How do other people see me? You know, um, I would just say do that. And that's coming from experience also. For you two young guys, youngsters.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah.
I understand that, Meerkat, and I would say this, and I would be part of the problem here. I think when it comes to beauty standards are not something that you come out the womb and know.
Right, exactly.
It is something that you're trained. So if you grew up wanting women who are 5'3", and then you're someone who wanted women who are 6 feet, that's a preference. But when you make statements like only 6 feet women are pretty and only 5'3" women are pretty, that's
you're just going to set that in stone.
Obviously, that's something that is, but it could be what someone has seen.
Right.
There are men who like a certain type of women, certain color of a woman, certain whatever it is, right? I think a lot of those things are taught. There's a training, there's a teaching, and I will concede to Jess when Jess says this, and I never disagree with Jess. I know it feels like this, but Jess is correct about programming. I myself talk about programming with other things, right? But just as correct about programming. Programming is from dating to politics.
Oh, you see it now. It's
It's
really prevalent now.
programming is a big thing. I get it, but
Yeah.
we have to agree. Well, at least we have to admit that beauty standards are framed, media, culture, society. There are things that train and teach that. If I was shown all my life 6 feet beautiful women, when I go out there and date, guess what I'm gonna try to go get?
A 6-foot woman.
So, but Mick, if we're talking about things that are intangible, yes, we should definitely be praying and being specific. God, I want someone who's respectful. I want someone who's kind. I want someone who has integrity. But guess what God wants you to do? He wants you to have the integrity yourself.
Right.
To be nice yourself.
Right.
To be respectful yourself.
Right. You can't expect to have a submitted wife if you're not submitted to God. You know, men want their wives to be submitted to them, but they are not submitted to God. And they don't understand that. They don't understand why won't my wife, blah, blah, blah. Well, go look in the mirror. You're not submitted. She's going to follow you as a good leader. You know, who she feels safe with, who she feels trust. And you, if you are submitted to God and God's working on you, you're not perfect, but you truly are submitted to the leadership of God and what he wants, and you honor God, she's going to honor you. It is just going to naturally happen. And he doesn't have to tell her, his actions tell her, and she's drawn to that. People were drawn to Jesus. He never beat people over the head with the Bible. He
Sure didn't.
didn't.
The Pharisees were the ones that did that, but he didn't.
And that's the ones he chastised.
He did.
Jesus chastised the Pharisees and the Sadducees and all the C's, you know. And all the religious people, he called them snake. I mean, he called them like they were. He didn't do that to sinners. He didn't do that to just the people. They just went to him. They were drawn to him. They could sense kindness in him. They could sense love and forgiveness. And Jesus did not judge. He was not judgmental to the average person. He was judgmental to the religious people. But and I think we should follow that example. But you know, if you got men in the pulpit, you got men in church, and all that their wives are not. It's like, what does she see in you? Is she seeing a submitted man, a leader in you? And she's afraid, she's not trusting that, and you're not whatever. There's a reason for it. There's a reason why wives are not honestly submitted to their husbands. You know, there's reasons for that. And Jess, I'm sure you agree with that. I don't know. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but
I do.
you're very big with the, you know, I know we've had conversations about being submitted and everything. It's and I don't want to go there. That's not where I'm going. I'm just saying, you know, as a woman, if you want your kids, if your kids are stumbling or whatever, check yourself. Check yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I had no business having a wife in my 20s and early 30s. You know why? Because I wasn't ready to be the head that the scripture is asking me to be if I was to get married.
Right.
I had no business. Right?
That's true.
So I was forcing things in that time, and it failed every time. It failed every time because I was not ready. My word said I was, but I was not ready. And that's a thing. That's a thing that a lot of us have a hard time. The ministry of accountability is very difficult.
It is.
The accountability part of ministry is a very hard pill to swallow. And that is something we need more.
Yeah.
Let me let Jess Let me
One
let
more
Jess
thing.
go because she on the
Oh,
East Coast and it's 12 where she's at.
okay, it's
So
11:14 here.
yeah,
One thing.
let me
One
get
thing I
her
want to
final
mention.
thoughts.
One thing I want to mention. Oh, it can be a final thought.
Mm-hmm.
Jelly Roll and his wife Bunny XO. Okay, God is working on that couple. I'm telling you. I don't know if y'all listen to any of their podcasts or any of their stories. I know they're very popular, but there's something. I don't know. It's just something that I see God working them. They genuinely love each other. They've had a rocky road. Believe me, they've had open marriage. They've had a rocky road, but they are so grounded in loving each other. And I don't know. It's just something my spirit. It's just you sense it. I don't know. I don't know if y'all the submit. I don't know. It's just how God uses the things we would not think He uses to accomplish His purpose.
Mm-hmm.
The most unlikely is who God will use to the remnants. I feel like I'm one of those people. All
Just like
right,
the
go ahead,
Yeah.
Fifth. Well, it's 11:15.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't
sorry.
have a final thought. I this is the most talking I've done on my show, or on this show, on any show,
Oh.
because I like to let the people do their thing. But just go ahead if you have a final thought.
Yeah, I guess my final thought would be to love others the way Christ loves us, to be an example of Christ in the world, and to know that God exists beyond time, timeline, social media, social programming, all these things. You think you're running out of time, and God has been priming you for the opportune time. And I just think reframing our life can do so much good to us, seeing how God has actually been walking with us. I often think about that picture of the footsteps in the sand,
I was
and
just thinking that.
yeah, and how there's only one set of footsteps, and it was like, I think it was like God was carrying you that way.
Yeah.
And so when I stopped feeling like a victim and started feeling like God was actually priming me, I could see His hand throughout my life, and my life stopped being a waste and it started being a testimony, right? So I just think we have to reframe that, whether we want to be married or want to have children and we're not in that space, whether we want that job and we're not in that space. What has God given you to be a testimony to other people with? And one of those things I think, again, is how we love other people. So if that person has a 3 or 4 past and they have repented, there's no reason for you to be holding that against them. Your cultural mindset is the only reason why you would be holding that against them, and you have to submit that at the altar, and you have to submit that at God's feet. And really, that's it.
Absolutely. I want to make an announcement. July 19th, I am doing the TikTok. July 19th is a Sunday. I am doing a TikTok streaming marathon event. It's going to be from 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. That's Eastern time. That is yeah. Yeah. That's why I had messaged you about co-hosts and stuff. But yeah, I'm doing that July 19th. That is a Sunday. It's a special TikTok live with Fifth. It is a marathon stream. And it's going to be from 12 p.m. in the afternoon to 12 a.m. Current co-hosts who have agreed so far is Mila, Beyonda, and Zacchaeus. We're going to be working together. And 12 hours.
Oh, wow.
12 hours, multiple topics, multiple
Historic.
segments. A first for me, because I've never done a stream that long with no like cutout.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm very thankful to Mila, Beyonda, and Zacchaeus, who said, "Oh yeah, I definitely want to have a slot on there, and you know, and talk with the people." So I appreciate them, because I mean they could be doing that on their channel, but they're going to do it on mine. So
Sweet.
I definitely appreciate them. I got one more slot open, but for now, I definitely got the 3 of them, and it's going to be a interesting experience, and it's something that I may do again. I don't know. It all depends. It all depends. You know. But yeah, Sunday, July 19th, 12 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 a.m. Next week's Fifth at Night topic is inspired by Jess. She asked me to talk about this because she had missed one of the TikToks I did about this subject, so we're going to part to it. Who has more influence on your relationship, your partner or your friends? So that's going to be next topic, next Monday for Fifth at Night. Thursday for TikTok Live with Fifth. Here's the Thursday topic. I go live every Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 12 Central on TikTok. And that topic is going to be, do men and women actually understand what the other needs? That's going to be the topic for this Thursday on TikTok Live with Fifth.
All right.
All right.
I'll try to be there. I don't know, but I'll try to be there.
So it's gonna be a nice break from the last 2 weeks about the who leads and blah blah blah. We're gonna get away from that. And we're gonna get back to a gender neutral topic that I think everybody can have an opinion on. You know what I'm saying?
That was gender neutral.
The 50-50. So the men controlling, can men lead without controlling? Do women? Those are not gender neutral, but obviously the 50-50 thing is a neutral starting point. But yes, it could lean towards the men. I get it. But with this one, this is way more gender neutral because this is about men and women understanding each other. That's extremely, extremely gender neutral. It's in the title. You know what I'm saying? So
we'll see.
That'll be this Thursday. Maybe it won't be as toxic.
Don't hold your breath.
Right. All right. So hey, let everybody know where they can reach y'all. You know, your socials and all that. Jessica, go ahead.
You can find me on Instagram, YouTube, at Jess the Romantic, and I have a workbook coming out called Single and Satisfied. It's a declassified singleness survival guide. So check it out.
There you go.
Okay, Midcat. Want to let people know where they can reach you? TikTok or whatever.
I'm on Facebook, Miriam Gates. I'm on TikTok. Y'all know I'm a TikTok Meerkat, and then Instagram. It's Miriam Gates, I think. On Instagram. Okay. That's it. And Snapchat. I'm on Snapchat.
Okay, good. Y'all can reach me at the Fifth General on Facebook, Instagram, and X. Fifth General TV, YouTube, Fifth General TV, TikTok. All right. So this was another episode of Fifth at Night every Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 Central. Thank you for everyone for coming out. God bless everyone.
Y'all have a good night. Night.